There's a dome. It's 44 degrees and raining outside, 68 very comfortable inside, as the Minnesota Twins hope to continue their 2009 season with a date with the Yankees with a victory in Game 163 today. Third member of our broadcast team this afternoon, Craig Sager. Hello, Craig.
Well, thanks, Chip. Detroit first baseman Miguel Cabrera has issued a statement admitting he was involved in a domestic incident last Saturday morning. He says, "It is a personal matter. I am sorry this has become a distraction. I apologize to the Tigers, my teammates, and all the fans. I appreciate it if you respect my family's privacy as I prepare for our next game." Now, according to Birmingham, Michigan Police Chief Richard Patterson, he was taken into custody Saturday morning after his wife called 911. And although his blood alcohol level was nearly 3 times the legal limit, according to Patterson, no charges were filed because of several reasons. One, they could not determine who was the aggressor. There was no weapon in the house. And the third thing was that they said that after he had no prior history, they would let him go after he's released to Dave Dombrowski, the general manager of the Tigers. Manager Jim Leyland says, "I hope this is not a distraction. I will not comment on anybody's private business." Jim?
All right, Craig, thank you very much. Certainly not the way the Tigers wanted to enter this Game 163, Ron, with everything on the line for the Tigers and the Minnesota Twins. Here's how Jim Leyland's club lines up. Curtis Granderson starts in center. Placido Polanco bats and plays second. A resurgent Maglio Ordonez is in right. Miguel Cabrera, the cleanup man, over at first base. Carlos Guillen, the designated hitter. Ryan Rayburn getting the start in left today with Brandon Inge, Gerald Laird, the catcher, and Ramon Santiago hitting 7th, 8th, and 9th for Detroit. Scott Baker on the mound for the Twins, a 15-9 record this year. Beat the Tigers in his last start.
Well, when you look at Baker's stats this year, 15 wins after a really slow start. He was asked how he would do tonight. He said, "I'm healthy, I'm ready, I'm on my normal rest. I feel as good as I felt all season. Why wouldn't I pitch well?" Well, here's a scouting report on Scott Baker. He beat Detroit 5 days ago, but only went 5 innings through 105 pitches as he struggled a bit, giving up an earned run. Tough at home. Last 13 starts here, they've won 10, the Minnesota Twins. And a slow start this year, 2-5 in the beginning. Since July 12th, 12-4.
And Baker ahead of Curtis Granderson, the Tiger leadoff man, who's hitting but .248 this year, still with 30 home runs, 71 runs batted in. But Ronnie, a lot of strikeouts, and for Granderson, a very low on-base percentage.
Really different than he was a few seasons ago, especially 07.
Fly ball, center field, playable for Denard Span. 1 out. That's how Baker pitches in this ballpark.
He's one of those guys, he's very sneaky, has a little hitch in the way he pitches, throws a lot of high fastballs, and he's very sneaky fast. 254 flyouts this year for Scott Baker. That's number 3, in the American League.
So he gets Granderson to start the game. Now Placido Polanco, the Tigers' second baseman. Polanco just 7 for 33 lifetime against Baker, but does have 10 homers and 72 RBIs.
You know, Chip Baker's guy that started in spring training, he was going to be their number 1 this year. Came out of spring training on the DL because of his shoulder and really had a tough go of it in the beginning, but now has been very sharp of late for Ron Gardenhire's club.
What a run for Gardenhire's team, winning 16 of their last 20 and doing it without Justin Morneau. Trying to extend their season with a win today. If the Tigers win, they go to New York. If Minnesota wins, they go to New York. Loser goes home. Very simple.
Well, they have played awfully well in his stead, 16-4 since he's missed 20 games, but I'm sure they'd love to have Morneau out there.
Another late swing by Polanco, foul to the right side. Huge crowd here at the Metrodome. They had over 51,000 here for the final regular season game on Sunday. And they've raised the curtain in the upper deck to accommodate all the Minnesota baseball fans who want to come see this Game 163 today.
How about this double dip? Brett Favre last night for the Vikings and the Twins going for the Central Division tonight.
First strikeout of the game for Baker. And Polanco, a very tough man to punch out.
Well, defense is always important for the Minnesota Twins. Young, Span, and Kubel in the outfield. And then the youngster Tolbert with Cabrera, 2 Gold Gloves at shortstop, Punto and Kadire at first base. And of course, Joe Mauer, 1 Gold Glove. Only other Minnesota catcher to ever win a Gold Glove was Earl Batty in 1961 and 62.
And that brings up a resurgent Maglio Ordonez. It really has been a tale of 2 seasons for the Tigers right fielder. Really struggled in the first half of the season, but since the All-Star break, hitting almost .380 for this Tiger team, and has 22 hits in his last 42 at-bats when the games have meant the most for Detroit.
Jim Leland was talking about Ordonez. He said early in the season he had really, like he was feeling for the ball, and now he's gotten so much more aggressive, which is the way he hits.
Ordonez stays alive. There are a lot of theories as to why Maglio struggled in the first half. The WBC was an issue. His contract option was an issue. His wife was very ill. But all of those things have been resolved very favorably for Maglio Ordonez now, and he's really taken off in the middle of this Tiger lineup. And he stays behind in the count. No balls, 2 strikes.
Well, we've seen it already from Baker. This Twin staff, Blackburn, Baker, whoever they throw out there, Slowey in the beginning, who now has been injured and had to have an operation, they throw strikes. Lowest amount of walks in the American League, 460.
Fly ball right field, playable for Kubel. He's got it. 3 up, 3 down for the Tigers in the top of the first. Top of the first, and now we'll see if the baby-faced right-hander Rick Porcello can pitch a gem for the Tigers today.
Well, he has been outstanding all season long. You see they've kept his innings down, and the scouting report established both fastballs, the 4-seamer and the 2-seamer. Gets a lot of ground balls. Big game Rick, his catcher Gerald Laird has said that he's 20, pitching like he's a 30-year-old, and he's getting stronger. 5-2 in his last 12 starts.
One hop bouncing ball handled by Miguel Cabrera at first. That takes care of Denard Span, and that'll certainly, I would think, calm down Porcello. 1 pitch and 1 out here in the bottom of the first inning for the Twins. Their lineup: Span first, Orlando Cabrera, big hit pickup for them at shortstop. Joe Mauer on the cusp of the batting title is hitting third. Jason Kubel in right. Michael Kadire at first. Delman Young had a very big homestand for the Twins. Jose Morales, the DH. Tolbert and Punto, the last 2 for Minnesota.
If you're home and on your team you've got someone in your rotation that pitches awfully slow, don't be alarmed. This young man, Rick Porcello, pitches incredibly quick. Keeps all his fielders in the game. Produces a lot of ground balls.
And look at that late swing from Cabrera on a 94-mile-an-hour fastball. Ron Gardenhire couldn't say enough good things about Orlando Cabrera and what his acquisition has meant for this Minnesota club.
You have to remember Gardy's an old shortstop, and he knows how to scout these players. And all of us know that Cabrera has been a winning player in the postseason 4 of his last 5 seasons. Gardy knows that too.
And it allowed him to move Nick Punto to second base, which made their middle infield defense a whole lot better. As you mentioned, Cabrera's played in postseason before, but he's also become kind of a Latin liaison for this ball club. A terrific guy that Gardenhire can go to and have Cabrera counsel some of these young Minnesota Twins. And a bouncy ball hit out towards short. Santiago has it. And there's that second ground ball out from Rick Porcello. 2 down.
Well, the defense for Detroit Rayburn's playing left field because of that large left field. Anderson and Ordonez. In Santiago, Polanco, and Cabrera, the 4-time All-Star. Behind the plate, coming over from Texas, was Gerald Laird. He's done a nice job for this Tiger team.
Crowd chanting MVP for Joe Mauer, who hits with the bases empty here in the first inning. To put it in perspective, Mauer can go 0 for 17 and still win the batting title over Ichiro.
Are you expecting extra innings tonight?
No, I just like his chances an awful lot. How about that? Mauer, a catcher, winning another batting title.
Well, neither you or I are from this area, but he's got to be the closest thing to the natural here in Minnesota.
Line into center field, a base hit. Granderson will try to cut it off. Mauer's going for 2. Here's the throw, and it's late.
Well, the Metrodome and Joe Mauer are synonymous with line drives. And a great chance by Mauer right there on this line drive, as you can see on the pitch tracks. Catches a little bit too much of the plate, also up in the strike zone. Porcello, who likes to pitch down. And the smart player that Mauer is, he takes that chance with 2 outs to try to get in scoring position, just under the throw of Granderson.
And that brings up Jason Kubel, who has had an unbelievable run too. 3 homers in his last 6 hits, 8 RBIs over his last 13 at bats. With Michael Kadire moving to first base, it's Kubel that's played right field and has really hugely protected Joe Mauer. Porcello catches the inside corner.
Well, to put in perspective what kind of second half Ron Gardenhire's right fielder Kubel has had 57 RBIs in the second half. Only Kunja Morales of the Angels and Mark Teixeira of the Yankees have had more.
Fisted towards short. Santiago makes the running catch. And that retires the side. Kubel lines softly to short, and we're scoreless after 1. assigned by Major League Baseball for today's game. Randy Marsh calling balls and strikes. Dale Scott, Jerry Lane, Gary Cedarstrom on the infield. They do have outfield umpires too. Field and Culbreth down the left field line. Bruce Dreckman in right. This is still considered a regular season game, not a playoff game, yet baseball has the playoff umpiring rotation in place here at the Metrodome.
Well, there was a precedent set years ago to have the 6 umpires, so they just continued with that.
Miguel Cabrera leads off the Tigers' second and launches one out of play for a strike. With all due respect to the fans in Minnesota, a lot of fans in Detroit think this man's the MVP of the American League. 33 homers, 101 knocked in.
I think they both come from the same stock, he and Mauer. They're both on teams that have had struggles throughout the entire season, but they have been consistent. And let's face it, Cabrera's been there from day one. Mauer, of course, missed some time early in the season.
Well, it's hard to believe Cabrera's only 26 years old. I mean, he's one of those guys you think has been in baseball for 10 years.
I do think the more difficult position of catcher, though, is more impressive with what Mauer has done. If he wins this batting title, which he will, 3 batting titles for him. There's only been 3 in the entire history of the Major Leagues.
Fisted foul back by Cabrera, who stays alive here in the Detroit second. A ball, 2 strikes.
Ernie Lombardi won a couple.
Fly ball hammered left center field. And that's trouble. That's going to get down and bounce off the fence. And Miguel Cabrera glides into second with a leadoff double. Good start for the Tigers here in the second. That ball was crushed.
Well, Chip, he's about as good a right-handed hitter as you're going to see in the American League. When you watch his pitch tracks, he tries to get the ball inside, does not. The ball is down enough, but it's out over the middle of the plate. Cabrera is so strong, almost one-handed. He can hit that into the gap.
That snaps an 0 for 14 slide for Miguel Cabrera. Bookend hits, both of them against Scott Baker. So this is an important sequence for the Tigers. An early run for the visitors. Ronnie is huge in this place.
It's huge, and with Carlos Guillen being up, one of those veterans, you'd like to see him try to get the ball and move the runner along, either with a base hit or sometimes even making an out early in the game can get Cabrera to third base.
It's been an injury plagued year for Carlos Guillen. Shoulder problems have limited his hitting mostly to the left side of the plate. Talked with Lloyd McClendon about that, the Tiger hitting coach. He said he can hit right-handed if need be, but much better from the left side right now.
Little nerves here early for Mr. Baker. He knows this is a big sequence early in the game. He's trying to pitch Guillen in to stop him from pulling the baseball, or at least trying to pop him up. Imagine these managers go through the entire year, 162 games, still got to play one more.
But that's what makes it fun. As we say on TNT with the NBA, win or go home. And that's the task for the Tigers and Twins today. Guillen ahead in the count, 2 balls, no strikes. Fly ball center field. Denard Span has it. Cabrera thinks about tagging, can't move up. Not a productive at bat for Guillen.
Well, that was a nice counter there. Span, who has a very good arm, covers a lot of ground in center field. See, Cabrera goes back to the base, but nice form by Span, getting behind that baseball, getting some movement, momentum towards third base. No chance for Cabrera to advance.
So Ryan Rayburn stands in. He's the Tiger left fielder today. Jim Leland offered his explanation as to why Rayburn's starting today.
Well, one of the reasons, sorry Chip, is he had 2 home runs on Sunday, but he is a much better defensive player in left field, and the left field here probably is the largest field to cover in the Metrodome. But it takes a guy like Marcus Thames, puts him on the bench. 4 home runs and 26 at bats against Scott Baker. So that tells you what Leland thinks about defense here in the Metrodome.
1 ball, no strikes. Cabrera led off with a double to left center, and he stands at second with 1 out. Fisted into shallow right. Kubel can't get there. Plays it on a big hop, and the Tigers have him at the corners with one out. So Rayburn keeps up his hot hitting. A blue pit to right has Detroit in business for Brandon Inge here in the second.
Well, sometimes the pitcher makes the pitch, as Baker does, in on the hands of Rayburn, but just strong enough to get that over the head of Punto. Played nicely by Kubel there in one hop to keep Cabrera from scoring. Cabrera, of course, had to go halfway.
Well, here's a spot for Baker, a fly ball pitcher where he would dearly love to get the ball on the ground. With Brandon Inge up there. He's hit into 12 double plays this year and has been plagued all season long with a chronically hurt knee. And he takes high and tight for ball one. Inge hitting .230 with 27 home runs. Most of that damage, though, Ronnie, done well before the All-Star break. He's hitting only $187 in the second half of this year.
Well, people always talk about hitters and when they do not have their legs, it's bad for their defense and running. It's bad for the hitting also. They don't have that foundation or base.
Just missed. Randy Marsh's reputation behind the plate. Is he a hitter's umpire or a pitcher's umpire?
He's absolutely a hitter's umpire. You'll see on the pitch tracks, this ball is right down the middle, catches a big part of that strike zone. The first pitch in this sequence was also a strike. So Randy has a very small strike zone, always has.
Two balls and a strike.
Which I think on the long run might work a little bit against Baker, who needs some of those called third strikes. Porcello, on the other hand, a ground ball pitcher. He can just throw the pitch, catch more of the plate, and put the ball in play.
Hot shot, caught by Cabrera. Big second out. And that's a problem that's plagued the Tigers all year, Ron. Runners in scoring position situations. Big hits have been tough to come by.
Well, think about it this way, Chip. The offense sometimes give it and sometimes take it away. Rayburn with the little shot into right field, but here a line drive off the bat of Inge right at Cabrera makes a nice play in the hole. Cabrera's has had a bulky hammy, has not been able to cover as much ground, but he's one of those shortstops that makes all the routine plays.
So the two-time Gold Glove Award winner comes up with the biggest out of the game so far for Minnesota. And now it's up to Gerald Laird, hitting .200 this year with runners in scoring position and 2 outs. Popped him up into shallow left. Young coming on. Cabrera's under and no trouble with the roof. Baker allows a leadoff double and pitches out of second, inning trouble.
to end the inning, you know what he does? He takes charge. Because in this Metrodome, people sometimes tend to look to the other guy to try to catch the ball. Anything in the air here, you know your kids in the buddy system? Everyone come together, make sure you have a friend, and try to, both of you, look for that ball in that white Metrodome sky.
So fine play by Orlando Cabrera. Baker pitches out of a big second inning mess, a leadoff double, left stranded by the Tigers, and now Michael Kadire digs in for the first time. Well, you talk about a leader. This Minnesota ball club, from Ron Gardenhire on up or on down, whichever way you want to look at it, they have pointed to what this man has done, with Morneau going to the shelf being hugely important for this Twins run.
Well, I think the key is the power that he has shown. Home runs in the second half this year. Benjamin Morales again, the leader with 19, but Kadire had 18, tied with Teixeira, and I think that is the key. When you lose Morneau, you lose a lot of power. Not only did Kadire jump in there and get hits, there's Justin right there, but he also hit for power, and I think that was the key in their 16-4 run.
And as important as the offensive production has been, you've made the point a couple of times today, the kinds of players the Twins want to have: pitching, defense. Kadire's not made an error since moving to first base. And a chopper hit toward Inge at third. Convenient hop. And Kadire is out number one in the second. Porcello indeed getting the ground ball outs early. That's 3 so far in today's game. Delman Young bats for the first time. And he and Jason Kubel had themselves quite a week for Minnesota. Major League Baseball announcing yesterday that Delman Young and Jason Kubel were co-players of the week in the American League. Young hit safely in all 7 games, had 5 multi-hit games, hit .448, scored 6 times. Has an 8-game hitting streak entering today's tiebreaker against Detroit.
Well, early in this game, both pitchers are throwing extremely hard, aren't they? Hitters have been behind in the count, behind on those fastballs.
And Young chased a high heater from Porcello, his first strikeout of the game. That was nasty, 2 out.
Well, he has the 4-seam fastball that he can ride, throw 93, 94 miles an hour, but lives with his 2-seamer. But when he gets ahead, occasionally he can get that strikeout like he did with Young. The X factor, Porcello so far delivering early.
"14 wins for Rick Porcello." And a strike to designated hitter Jose Morales. .316 is his average, with 7 runs batted in this year.
Here's the good changeup for Porcello. The great thing about what Rick Shear has done with all the coddling of pitchers throughout baseball, his last 4 starts he's gotten better. 2-1, ERA under 3. As his innings have gone up, he's gotten better.
Can't pitch much better than he did in the second. 2 straight strikeouts and 3 up, 3 down. Scoreless game after 2 at the Dome. If the weather's like this, Target Field's not going to be an awful lot of fun place to be, huh?
It's not, but it's not a fun place so far in these tiebreakers for Minnesota. They haven't scored yet. 11 straight innings now without scoring a run. They were shut out last year by the White Sox and John Danks.
Scott Baker out for his third inning of work facing Ramon Santiago, the shortstop. He's hit him well, has Santiago, 6 for 15.
To me, the pressure is on the Tigers early. And I think what happens, on the Twins early. Because the longer they go into this game, being tied or close to Tigers, they've got to feel really good about their chances of getting a bloop and a blast with all the power that they have. And the key is if they stay close, they'll take this crowd, kind of subdue it a little bit.
That's why an early run for the Tigers, very, very important, especially the way Porcello is pitching. You mentioned he's really stepped up. Span charging, gets there. Another fly ball out, takes care of the Tigers shortstop, Ramon Santiago, 1 out.
Well, they have 2 center fielders for this Minnesota Twins team that can cover a lot of ground. You just saw Span and Carlos Gomez, who sits on the bench. Both amazing defensive center fielders. Span, the better hitter.
Curtis Granderson flied out to open the ball game. He loves hitting in this ballpark. A career .300 hitter at the Metrodome with 7 home runs and 40 lifetime games. And left-hand hitters feast in this place with the baggy in right and 327 feet down that right field line. Popped up left side. Can anybody get there? Young on the run and has no play. It's in the Twins bullpen.
Well, that was very interesting. All 3, the shortstop, third baseman, and the left fielder, lost that ball for a matter of seconds. By the time they picked it up, it was able to fall in. So even the home players, Ron Gardner was saying that other teams come in here, they play very nervous. He said, my team plays nervous too, just a little less nervous.
Letter high at 93, just missed. 2 balls and a strike. There's Maglio Ordonez. He will hit next for Detroit. That's down and in. Ordonez in the hole, I beg your pardon. Polanco will hit next with bases empty and 1 out. Scoreless game, 3rd inning.
When you watch Joe Mauer catch at home, folks, he's 6'5", 230 pounds. And what you want in your catchers is a low target and to be very quiet back there. He doesn't get any quiet in Mauer watching him give the signs and receiving the ball. He waits for the ball to come to him. He doesn't stab at the baseball.
Ripped foul. Big hack by Curtis Granderson.
Granderson has been a tough out on the road this year. He has 30 home runs for a leadoff hitter, which is extraordinary, but 20 of them have come on the road.
Comerica Park, the big yard. And Granderson is aboard with a walk. First walk of the game from Scott Baker. And now a chance for Granderson to create a little havoc on the base paths with Polanco up and 1 man out.
See the pitch count so far, pretty good. Strike to ball ratio good for Scott Baker.
Polanco, a tough man to strike out, did strike out looking his first at bat of the day. He's only struck out 45 times in 613 at bats this year. And ducks under that pitch, ball 1.
You know what they do love to do with him, even though Granderson's speed, he can steal the bag by himself. They love to hit and run with Polanco. He's got that kind of stroke that he almost likes to serve the ball to right field naturally.
Banks that ball well foul and out of play. Polanco. Grew up in the Cardinals system. A 19th round pick back in June of 1994. Made his first appearance in the big leagues in 1998 with St. Louis. Then went to the Phillies, who traded him to the Tigers for Ramon Martinez and Ugueth Urbina in June of 2005.
All the different signs you're getting from Maui. Does not want Granderson to look in and steal a sign.
Runner goes. Ground ball hit towards second. Flip to second. Not in time, but get the runner at first. Does Minnesota. Wow, was that slick from Punto to Cabrera. Detroit stays out of the double play by sending the runner, and nearly still Minnesota almost able to turn two.
You know, it's probably a choice that Punto would like to have back. He is very slick, but with the fast running Granderson, you really want to get him off the bases. Punto thinks he can turn two, but see, that toss is too high. Cabrera had to come off the base. They only got the out at first base, which is a good thing, but now you have the fastest runner for the Tigers in scoring position.
So that's a 4-6-3 put out of Polanco. Granderson at second with 2 outs for Maglio Ordonez, who flied out his first time up. Again, an early run for the Tigers would be very, very big.
You know, this is big for the Tigers. You know, everyone knows the numbers that have happened. They were leading their division by 7 games after the games on September 6th. They've seen this kind of free fall. They've lost a 3-game lead with 4 games to play. And here you are, still have a chance, 1 game to erase all of that misery.
Line drive into center field. That's in for a hit. Here comes Granderson. He's going to score, and the Tigers have an early lead. He's been a different player since the All-Star break.
Well, Jim Leyland said he's swinging at the ball aggressively. Not a bad pitch as far as down in the strike zone, but caught too much in the middle of the plate. And Granderson, who was not erased at second base, now scores this run. Good hitting by Ordonez, who in RBI situations loves to go to right and right center.
49th RBI of the year for Maglio Ordonez. And now Miguel Cabrera bats. He doubled to lead off the second inning. Tigers this year 55-30 when they score first. And they've done so here in Minnesota.
Great equalizer to crowd noise, isn't it? Early lead.
A deafening silence. A one-out walk has come home to roost so far for Scott Baker.
Baker a season ago was very economical in giving up home runs to right-handed hitters. Only 11 in 2008. This year, in 380 at-bats, 21 home runs he's given up to the right-handed hitter.
Towering fly ball, center field, well hit. Span going back at the wall. It's long gone. The Tigers have scored 3.
There is dead silence here in the Metrodome, and after a controversial weekend for Mr. Cabrera, he's come out swinging. Little breaking ball in the middle of the plate, and with that standing at the plate, he knew it was gone as soon as he hit it. 3 runs on the board early for the Tigers.
So Cabrera with a double and a homer. And Minnesota in a deep 3-0 hole here at the Metrodome, and the home field advantage that is this homer hanky waving crowd is gone, at least for now. It's up and away from Baker to Carlos Guillen. 2 balls and a strike. Rick Porcello has been handed a 3-run lead in the biggest game of his professional career. Full count. And that's lined out of play. Let's check it again with Craig Sager. Craig?
Chip, you're talking about Rick Porcello. After he gave up that double to Joe Mauer in the first inning, he came in immediately, went to the manager, Jim Leland, and said, hey, that was my fault. That was my fault. I threw a bad pitch. My fault. My fault. Went over and sat down to the dugout and just went about his business. Also, you can hear some of the Tigers not too impressed with the fact that Minnesota finished 16-4 their last 20. They said 3 of those 4 losses were to us.
The Tigers in the Lions' den have scored 3 times in this ballgame. They do all the damage in this 3rd inning. A 1-out walk. Minnesota can't turn 2, and the Tigers score 3. Miguel Cabrera, a mammoth shot in the 3rd inning, gives them a 3-0 advantage. Has a very nice 3-0 lead with the lower portion of this Twins order up.
Well, the most important thing for any starting pitcher is after your team has scored you some runs, it's called the shutdown inning. You come out and put up a 0. Before these Detroit starters, the best of the lot is this 20-year-old Porcello, 3.58. Verlander and Jackson about a run higher.
Well, the one thing he cannot afford to do is start walking people with this lead. And he's behind in the count, 2 balls and a strike to Matt Tolbert. And now 3-1. Tolbert, a prototypical Minnesota Twin player, isn't he?
Takes a lot of pitches. Very talented player defensively. He's going to become a very good hitter, Ron Gardenhire has said. And I think the key for it happens for especially young pitchers, but having the veteran pitchers too. When you get some runs, you start to think of result. Boy, if I get 5 innings now, we're looking pretty good, instead of concentrating on hitter to hitter.
That's a fair ball. Inge, great play. Throw to first. Infield hit.
Well, his knees might be sore, but I'll tell you, all season long, Brandon Inge shows a toughness that this Tiger team has. Gets down and dirty with that good throw to first base from his knees. And just Tolbert, of course, a little too fast. That's all the way in foul territory. And luckily, Tolbert had that speed.
Great diving stop by Brandon Inge at third. Saved an extra base hit. Now Nick Punto, the second baseman, will try to move along Matt Tolbert from first here.
Punto is one of those guys that he doesn't hit too much. He doesn't do too much as far as the scorecard or the box score is concerned. The Ron Gardenhire has said, I just got a bunch of ball players. A bunch of baseball players. And when you hear managers talk about their power, their speed, their relief pitching, you very rarely hear a manager say, I have a bunch of ball players. Or what are ball players? Those are guys that take the extra base. Guys that know when to steal a base like Joe Mauer. Guys that throw to the cutoff man, backup bases, all those little things that you love to see. Punto does all of those in spades.
That's off the plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and there is a Minnesota way to play. And if you can't play Minnesota baseball, whether it's Tom Kelly managing this club or Ron Gardenhire, what do?
Kind of move you along.
Yeah.
You can go to another place.
And Punto down on strikes. Can't move up Matt Tolbert. 1 on, 1 out. Big 3-run lead for Rick Porcello. Jim Leland says that's awfully important.
Well, I mean, you like to get out to a lead. There's no question about that, but you know this place. So we got a lot of baseball to play left, and we just got to stay after it. You know, we got to add some runs. Now we're going to have to score more runs. We got to add them on.
Well, Jimmy Cabrera, that's how he's hit the ball all season long, hasn't he?
Yeah, well, he's, you know, particularly in a ballpark like this. I mean, that was a long one, but he can, you know, he can hit it over the baggie in a heartbeat. So, you know, he's got power all fields, and he's really a good hitter for this park.
What's the difference between Magglio Ordonez before the break and after?
Real tentative early on the season, and lately much more aggressive.
So those 2 big poppers in the middle of the Tiger lineup have accounted for all the RBIs today. And Jim Leland very happy about that, but he's right. A lot of baseball left in this ballpark with this Minnesota team. 1 on, 1 out. Denard Span bats, hit the first pitch to first and was retired.
You know, Denard Span certainly would be, with his speed, a tough runner to double up, but none better than Porcello. 24 has induced 24 double play grounders this season.
Page hit the other way by Denard Span. Tying run to the plate for the Twins with 1 out in the 3rd. And here come the Piranhas, and here come the Yankees.
Hitting. If you're going to hit a sinker baller, this is the only way you can hit him. You have to go the other way. Anytime you try to pull, it becomes ground ball after ground ball to the second baseman. Nice hitting by Span.
And the point that Jim Leland made just a second ago about the Twins here. 8 times this year, the Twins have come back from a 3-run deficit or greater to win. 5 times it's happened here at the Metrodome. And Orlando Cabrera with that 15-game hitting streak digs in. He's 0 for 1 on a ground ball out to shortstop. And ripped straight back. We welcome you to the Metrodome in Minneapolis with Ron Darling and Craig Sager. Chip Carey with you. Game 163 of American League Central Division play. The Detroit Tigers lead by a 3-0 score. An RBI hit from Maglio Ordonez in the third. And a Miguel Cabrera 2-run homer to right center has accounted for all the scoring so far. Ripped toward right. That'll chase Maglio Ordonez back to the edge of the track. And tagging from second is Tolbert. He's on his way to third and will make it without a throw. Cabrera flies deep to right. Runners at the corners for Joe Mauer.
Just the little things here. You can see how this ballpark plays. Not hit very well by Cabrera. Got almost to the warning track. Tolbert went back and tagged up. Now at third base, in case of a pass ball, wild pitch, might be able to sneak a run.
Joe Mauer missed the first month of this season. The first pitch he saw after missing the first month was a home run. They would love to see him launch one here at the Metrodome and tie this game.
Well, how he's really changed is that his first 5 years in the big leagues, he averaged a home run every about 50 at-bats, or less than 50 at-bats. This year, every 18.6 at-bats, so he has increased his power. Good move by Porcello to first. He's got the whole package, this young man. Pretty good at holding runners on. Has a real idea about how to field his position. Great future. 41 pitches so far.
Outfield very deep. Mauer can hit it everywhere. And takes really high.
Well, this is the choice you have, Chip. Are you going to pitch to Mauer even though you have the 3-run lead, or are you going to pass it 2 outs to Kubel? Looks like right now being very careful is Porcello with Joe Mauer, because in these big games, your big players usually come up big. There's Jason on deck.
Ball gets thrown away. Runner from third's going to score. Tolbert comes home, and a bad break for Minnesota. That ball hit Jerry White, the first base coach. So there's a gift. It's a 3-1 game.
Porcello paying a lot of attention to not a big lead there off first base. You see how it caromed off the runner, hit Jerry White. Very good move here by the pitching coach for the Detroit Tigers. Come down and really settle down his young pitcher. A lot of times with runners on base and the big hitter up, it's almost like you don't want to face the hitter. You want to try to pick someone off. Rick Knapp, of course, the Detroit Tigers pitching coach. Just by him, hits Jerry White with that carom. But luckily, Tolbert, paying attention at third base, saw the carom, and with the hustle play, was not a victim there at home plate.
Was the minor league pitching coordinator with these Twins, so he knows this Minnesota club exceptionally well.
calmness to Maurer when he's at the plate.
Maurer is walked. They pitched around him in this third inning, and now Jason Kubel, the man of the hour for Minnesota. Kubel hit a soft line drive to short that Santiago caught with Maurer at second base. 2 outs in the first inning, and he has really hit Porcello hard.
Well, he is 8 for 12. That's a lot of the bats against the 20-year-old in his first season.
He represents the go-ahead run.
Porcello, who was working very quickly in the first couple of innings, now has really slowed down his tempo. He's using a lot more breaking pitches early in the count, which is making him get behind in the count.
Sliced down the left field line and well fouled. Kubel, a 12th round pick by the Twins in 2000 out of South Dakota. 27 home runs, 102 knocked in this year. And knowing the importance of this game, Jim Leland has not hesitated to get his bullpen up and busy. Zach Minor, he told us before the game would be first man in if trouble was afoot, and he's up now. And how about Porcello? He strikes out Kubel and leaves 2 runners stranded. Only his error has allowed a Minnesota run to score. We go to the 4th inning.
After making that own error, nice to see Porcello showing that emotion. He wants to be in this ball game with his lead.
And he took care of Jason Kubel with 2 on, 2 out to end the Minnesota third. His lead trimmed now to 3-1 with Ryan Rayburn starting things off for the Tigers. And popped up out of play over our heads to even the count. Rayburn, a 5th-round pick by the Tigers back in 2001. Jim Leland telling us before the game the big left field and the fact that he's been very hot at the plate is why he's getting today's start.
You know, in this offensive-minded world, it's nice to see that you can get in the lineup sometimes because you can play both sides of the baseball. Hit it and catch it.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Line over short. And Rayburn's 2 for 2 today. Good start for Detroit in the 4th inning, protecting a 3-1 lead. And Ron Gardenhire, the Minnesota skipper, not real happy that Miguel Cabrera's red hot today.
I think we've seen that, a couple of them. You hung a slider there and he hit it off those seats out there. The first one looked like not that bad of a pitch, and he yanked it out in the gap. You know, one of the things, we don't want him to beat us. And with a man on first, he's trying to be careful, but he's a good hitter, and you hang one, he's going to hit it.
Cardi, you're awfully proud of this team the entire season, but especially the way they went to the whip the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, we've battled. We've battled really hard, and to get to this point, and these guys, there's no giving up in them. We got down quick, but we came right back, scored a run. We'll see what happens here. We've got a good bunch of guys here that really get after it. We'll see what happens.
What do you think of Baker so far?
He's misfiring a little bit, but you know what? He's competing. He just has to keep the ball down and make his pitches and execute them a little better.
So a leadoff hit has Rayburn aboard, and now the middle of the Minnesota infield, along with Joe Mauer, will talk on the mound, and that allows Bobby Keppel a chance to start to loosen in Minnesota's bullpen.
Well, it's part of being a leader. That's 2 reasons. One, Cabrera and Mauer come out there. 2 reasons. One, to talk to Baker, try to settle him down. He's not getting a lot of calls from Randy Marsh, but also that little time spent on the mound gives Bobby Keppel a few more pitches to get loose, just in case Baker can't make the adjustment.
3 runs on 5 Detroit hits so far in this game. Nobody out, 1 on, 4th inning. Well, if he's missing, he is not missing by much.
It's got to be very frustrating. You'll see on the pitch tracks here. I thought that pitch was a little away. We'll see in the pitch tracks. Yeah, just missed. Good call by Randy Marsh. You see Rick Anderson, the pitching coach, coming out to speak to Scott Baker. But you're not going to get those calls from Randy Marsh on the corners. He's one of those umpires that has a real strict kind of strike zone. So what you have to do is the adjustment you make is throw more strikes early and let the people put the ball in play. I think that's the key. And he's known for throwing the highest percentage of strikes, Baker. He's 2nd behind Roy Halladay. Almost 70% of his pitches are strikes. Not that way this evening. Or I should say this afternoon. This is a very strange, time.
So the meaning of brief one, 2 balls, no strikes. Brandon Inge. Baker, a fly ball pitcher, would love a ground ball out. And a chance to turn 2 in this game.
Sounds good.
This Metrodome is going away, and with it going the relief pitchers warming up on the field in foul territory. That's something you don't see anymore with the new ballparks. That call right there is to find out if Mr. Keppel is ready.
Whatever happened to just tipping your cap?
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
Okay. 2 balls and a strike. Inge checked the swing. That one good enough to even the count, 2-2.
You see that pitch count now creeping up for Scott.
popped up. That is playable over at first and found ground. Kadyr's got it. He has not made an error, as we told you, at first base defensively. And Inge pops out. So he's 0 for 2, and Gerald Laird, the catcher, digs in.
The catcher, Gerald Laird.
Laird's done a wonderful job for this Detroit ball club behind the plate. One of the best throwing catchers in the American League, too. He's probably not going to win the Gold Glove because the guy that's squatting next to him, Joe Mauer for Minnesota. But Laird has thrown out more base stealers percentage-wise than any other catcher in the American League. 41%, nearly 42.
What I think, though, Jim Leland and Rick Knapp love about Gerald Laird's way he calls a ball game, the way he really works with these pitchers like Verlander, Edwin Jackson, Rick Porcello. They've all had fine years. That doesn't come in a vacuum. You need a catcher to help you along.
And tight. 1 ball, no strikes. And the Tigers' 5th best ERA in the American League, 4.29 coming in. A lot of that having to do with Justin Verlander and his huge strikeout year. Edwin Jackson, a great pickup in that deal with the Tampa Bay Rays. Porcello, quite obviously, 14 wins. Their bullpen has been awfully good. And that's fisted toward third. Should be 2. There's 1. And 2. Big time takeout slide by Ryan Rayburn at second. Old-fashioned baseball right there, folks. October. Well, the Twins have to come back for that to happen. 3-1, Detroit leads them. And Rick Porcello just keeps on pouring strike after strike on that Tiger mound. Michael Kadire now behind 0-2.
But Porcello really was responsible for his own undoing. His first unearned run he's allowed since July 5th. And that was against the same Minnesota Twin ball club.
That's an error from Porcello, a throwing error when he tried to keep Denard Span close at first base with Mauer in the batter's box. Threw the ball away. Tolbert came home on the error, and that's the only Minnesota run so far on the afternoon. Tigers got 3 runs in their 3rd inning. The big blow, a Miguel Cabrera homer.
You know, Chip, this young man from Seton Hall Prep in New Jersey, Porcello, really the Tigers had to improve their starting rotation. And this year they went from 11th in 2008 to 3rd. And they reduced their ERA almost a run because of Porcello, who they had really thought was going to start in Double-A.
Dyer swung at a bad ball and is thrown out by Gerald Laird. Strikeout number 5 in the game for Porcello. Good start in the 4th inning. But it's really interesting. Jim Leyland has been very protective of Rick Porcello. He started the year very slowly for this Tiger team. They gave him 16 days off around the All-Star break, where they pretty much shut him down, didn't let him pitch. And the reason for that, Porcello hadn't worked more than 125 professional innings. This kid was pitching an A-ball last year in Lakeland.
And they kept him coming into the start at about 165 innings.
And they've got Laird and Randy Marsh behind the plate. 0-2.
I think that's been the goal of a lot of teams, as you see both Laird and Randy Marsh trying to shake it off. That's just foul ball by Young. It's the top of the glove of Laird and the mask. And then with the rebound off the mask of Randy Marsh, looks like it came back and hit Laird. I think it really is the state of the game right now, Chip, is that you have young pitchers, as they check on Laird, they're trying to limit their innings in their first couple of seasons.
And it's really a dramatic difference between the way, say, the Tigers have handled Rick Porcello and the Yankees have handled Jabba Chamberlain.
Well, I think they were trying to do some of the similar things. Here we go with the foul ball again. You know, it hits the side of that mask. It really jars that mask all around your face for Randy Marsh. Both shaken up.
Young down 2 strikes. He struck out his first time and looks at a 95-mile-an-hour fastball.
Listen, the most famous of it, of course, is the Java rules that are in New York because it's in New York. But every team around baseball is trying to limit the innings of their young pitchers, especially a guy they thought would start in Double-A.
Popped up right side. Polanco has no trouble. And quickly 2 outs. Well, 111 pitches for Porcello in his last start. No ill effect so far from him today. He's pitched, I think, with command and control. He's gotten ahead. He's walked only 1 guy. Throwing error is the only reason Minnesota's on the board so far.
Those 111 pitches that you said, Chip, were the most he's thrown all season long. So a manager with a young pitcher to go that long tells you the kind of confidence he has in him.
Here's Jose Morales, and he swings late. No balls and a strike. The winner of this game gets the Yankees in Game 1 of the division series. And we understand that Joe Girardi earlier today announced that they would play Game 1 tomorrow. The right to determine which series they wish to play. And Porcello, another strikeout. 6 of them in the game. He's pitching beyond his 20 years today, folks. 3-1 Tigers leading. days here in October. And the Detroit Tigers, as we said earlier, in the Lions' Den today, up 3-1. Middle innings now, 5th inning. Santiago, Granderson, Polanco coming up.
Well, this is a huge inning here for Baker, because if he was able to go 1, 2, 3 through this lineup, he won't have to face Ordonez. Won't have to face maybe Miguel Cabrera with some people on the bases.
Way outside. And to count to Santiago, 1-2. Jim Leland had a choice today whether to play Santiago at shortstop or Adam Everett. But you never know about the chess match between the two managers. As this ball popped up toward third, Tolbert drifting out in foul ground. Cabrera joins him and takes over. Adam Everett used to play for Minnesota, now plays with the Tigers. Let's send it down to Atlanta and Ernie Johnson. Ernie.
Center fielder Curtis Granderson.
Thank you very much, Ernie. Top of the order, Curtis Granderson's up. And how does the injury to De La Rosa affect the Colorado Rockies in their first-round matchup?
Well, it's definitely going to affect him. He was outstanding, gives him that left-handed complement to Ubaldo Jimenez. But now moved up on the change. Maybe Aaron Cook, who missed a lot of time in September, he might have to make a start. Of course, Jason Marquis is another one that's suffered a little bit in September, but he's a great veteran, has pitched in the postseason.
Boy, do the Rockies give the Los Angeles Dodgers everything they could have possibly wanted in that chase in the National League West. The Rockies at one point were 15.5 games behind Los Angeles and took it to the final Saturday before things were decided for LA. And of course, all the playoff fun starts tomorrow here on TBS with a triple header. Anderson looks inside. 3 balls and a strike. Now the Rockies and the Phillies from Citizens Bank Park. Ron and I will be in New York for the winner of this game and the Yankees. And then the Cardinals and the Dodgers from Dodger Stadium. Popped up again, right side. Kudire. Two pop-outs from Baker in this Detroit 5th inning. MLB on deck with Cal, with Ernie, Boomer Wells, and Dennis Eckersley. Begins at 2 o'clock Eastern. Then game 1, Phillies and Rockies. Yankees will play tomorrow night. And then the Dodgers and Cardinals, a triple header, as we said. Captain Morgan presents our Inside MLB beginning here on TBS. Line drive, softly hit center field. Span can't get it. A blue hit for Polanco. And now the Tigers have a man aboard. Exactly, Ronnie, what they want with the big boppers coming up.
Well, the big boppers in Ordonez and Cabrera have driven in all the runs for the Tigers in this game so far. Ordonez with a single, and of course a 2-run home run for Cabrera. But this is the RBI hit from Ordonez, who Jim Leland told us has been very aggressive in the second half, and it's really showed in his RBI output and also his batting average.
So he's 1 for 2 with an RBI. And Polanco back at first. It's tough enough to win a major league game, but you got to think about what this game would mean for the city of Detroit. Their fans, we all know the economic miseries that are taking place in Motor City with the auto industry. How big a lift emotionally would the Tigers advancing in this game mean to Motown?
Listen, sometimes what happens when you have these kind of teams, a community can really rally around the team, and certainly they've done that with the Tigers this year. You can only think of 1968 when they had all that racial strife in Detroit, and they rallied around that team that year, those 68 Tigers.
Hard hit ground ball to short. Cabrera's got it. Force at second, retires the side, and we are halfway through regulation play at the Metrodome with Detroit leading by 2. A tiebreaker ball game. That was Ralph Branca, and it happened in 1946. He was 28 days younger than Porcello when he started and lost the opener of then best-of-3 series against the Cardinals that year in a 3-game playoff that decided the National League championship. Now Porcello with the lead in the bottom of the 5th inning, in the bottom of the order up. And Matt Tolman. And he just continues to blaze the baseball. He has struck out 7. He has struck out 4 of the last 5 he's faced.
Well, when you watch him today, Rick Porcello is really a ground ball pitcher. Only had 81 strikeouts and 165 innings pitched coming in. But this extra adrenaline, maybe pitching in this Metrodome, he's been going to that 4-seamer more. And that's the reason he's got those 7 punch-outs. Gerald Laird, his catcher, said that when I catch Porcello, sometimes I forget that he's 20 years old. He pitches like a guy who has 5 or 6 years experience.
I love what Jim Leland said too. He may get beat, Jim said, but he's not going to be scared.
He's not going to beat himself, and I think that's one of the keys for young pitchers. Only 1 walk.
Giving the Twins a little taste of their own pitching medicine so far in this game, as Rick Porcello 1 strikeout away from his season high of 8. Ground ball to short. Convenient hop, Santiago, and quickly 2 are out here in the 5th inning. And the other big story, the Metrodome. It is a non-factor right now.
Well, think about it. He's had to grow up quickly. Here's a guy that should have started in Double-A. They had to rush him because they had rotation problems. He won 14 games. Don't forget, he had a game in Boston where he hit Euclid, had to get suspended because Euclid charged him out. So he's gone through a lot of different things for a youngster. Now 10 I'm sorry, 11 innings pitched against the Twins the last 2 starts. Big starts. He's only given up 1 earned run.
He has bases empty, 2 outs in the top of the order. Bernard Span, who bounced to first and has singled today. This Minnesota offense, which has been so red hot the last 3.5 weeks, just 3 hits so far in this game, and 1 unearned run has scored for him.
It's nice to see young players kind of grow up right in front of your eyes, you know? That's what we're seeing from Porcello tonight.
During this 16-4 Minnesota run, they're averaging over 6 runs a game. Dave Dombrowski, the general manager of this Tiger ball club, hoping they have a date in New York tomorrow night. Popped up. Shallow right center. Out goes Polanco. And he makes the catch, calls off Santiago. Tigers have played the roof very well, and Rick Porcello in command. He's retired 7 straight. Scott Baker has had trouble with 1 man in this game, and it's the man in the batter's box. Ron, how does he approach him this 3rd time through the order?
Well, he hasn't done enough inside. That's the key with Cabrera, is that he can cover any part of that outside plate. Jimmy Leland told us that he can knock it over that baggie at any time. How do you counter that? You have to throw the ball inside. Not 1 pitch yet from Scott Baker inside to Cabrera. Here we go.
And it jammed him. Ground ball to 3rd. Tolbert's got it. And that worked out nicely for the Twins. First time they've retired Cabrera. Good call, Ronnie. 1 out.
You know, it's a very strange game, baseball. The more dangerous the hitter, the more you have to pitch them in. You have to crowd them so they can't advance on the ball on the outside part of the plate.
Carlos Guillen 0 for 2 has flied to center and has struck out. We saw the Tigers earlier this year, and they were struggling so mightily on offense. And a lot of folks were hoping that Detroit would make a trade at the trade deadline to acquire a bat. As Guillen pulls one out of play, foul. Jim Leyland said, well, getting Guillen back and healthy from those shoulder problems will be like us making a trade.
And he's come back, but it doesn't seem like he's been healthy all season long. Remember, this Tigers team released and let Gary Sheffield go in spring training because they needed room on that DH for players like Guillen.
Broken bat pop up right side of the infield. Kadire is under that. Now, how would Gary Sheffield, healthy and productive, look in the middle of this Tiger lineup? And you saw him on SNY with the Mets all year long. Gary Sheffield had a resurgent year in the National League.
He really did, and he played fantastic baseball early. Then the injury bug kind of hit him, which happens to a lot of 40-year-old sluggers, and didn't play a lot down the stretch.
But here's Ryan Rayburn. He's had a fine day today, rewarding Jim Leyland's faith in him with a 2-for-2 day. And this one popped up. Left side foul ground. Tolbert under. Staggers but makes the catch. Well, Ron Gardenhire said Baker just needs to execute his pitches. He's doing that. And the Big Poppers are up next. Cabrera, Maurer, and Kubel are coming up against Rick Porcello, who has sent down 7 consecutive men.
Well, their fans must know it because they've scored the most runs in the 6th inning, have the Twins, 123.
And they only need 2 to tie this one today.
Well, it also helps in the 6th when you're starting Cabrera and Maurer comes up. I mean, that always gives you a little better chance. Although Porcello, so far, doesn't really seem to have any dent in his armor.
Ball, 2 strikes to Cabrera, 15-game hitting streak. And yes, this is a regular season game, so that streak's still alive.
Well, the one thing if you're Porcello you don't want to get away from, Chip, is that he has been a ground ball pitcher his entire season this year. You start to fall in love with strikeouts and start trying to go for those punch outs. That's what puts you sometimes in harm's way. Elevating the ball.
Fly ball center field. Granderson should have no trouble. Big first out in the 6th inning. 8 up, 8 down for Porcello. Cabrera 0 for 3. Here's Maurer. He's doubled and he was walked in the 3rd inning. Maurer almost certainly has clinched the batting title at 365 with that 1st inning hit.
You know how you talk about a lot of ball players, whether they're Colorado Rockies or they play in certain ballparks that augment their numbers. We'll talk about consistency, which every pro tries to seek. Home and road. 326 with 36 home runs at home. Sorry for Joe Mauer. 327, 36 home runs on the road. Pretty amazing. For a pretty amazing player.
Joe Mauer is in select company when it comes to those catchers winning a batting title. Bubbles Hargrave was the first. He did it with the Reds in 1926. Ernie Lombardi won 2 batting titles in 1938 and 1942 with the Boston Braves. Mauer could win and will win his 3rd title, going along with crowns in 2006 and 2008.
Dominant player at his position.
Couldn't check his swing, and he's down on strikes. And that ties a career high for Porcello. That's his 8th, and he set down 9 consecutive Twins.
Again, we talk about that 4-seamer that he's been throwing all night long. That little extra adrenaline for Mr. Porcello has racked up the strikeouts, even against the best hitter in the American League.
He swung so fast, I didn't get a chance to ask you, how was Bubbles Hargrave to work with?
That's Eugene Franklin to you, Chip. 1926. I'm old, but not that old.
Here's Kubel. As hot as he's been, it's been a tough day for him. He stranded Mauer in the 1st and left 2 on in the 3rd. And he drives one deep to right field. Kubel belts it right on out of here.
Kubel had chances with a couple of runners on base in his first couple of bats. Here with the bases empty, catches a changeup up in the strike zone. And a long home run. That's the one thing about having this place filled with 52,000 plus. It gets really warm in here and the ball jumps.
And this is the point that Jim Leland made with us in our conversation with him in the 3rd inning. The importance of continuing to add runs in this ballpark with this pesky Minnesota team. As dominant as Porcello has been, retiring 9 in a row with that home run, Minnesota's down only 1, and he once does Jim Leland, Zach Miner, hurry up and get loose. Well, here's Kudayer. He's 0 for 2.
full force. And the last year, this dome played such a large role in their World Series in 1987 and 1991.
Well, how about this weekend? The home run hit by Michael Kadire in a game against the Royals and Zach Greinke. Minnesota had a big lead, gave it away until this blast.
Well, this is what has happened for both Kadire and Kubel, who earlier hit a home run tonight. They have hit big home runs. And on a day of Saturday, when they were going against maybe the AL Cy Young Award winner, they were able to get a win.
Again, Kadire has turned his game up several notches in the absence of Justin Morneau, out with a stress fracture in his back. Kadire aboard with 2 outs. Joe Torre told us this past weekend, Ronnie, out in Los Angeles, the most difficult inning for a major league manager is the 6th. How long do you stay with your starter? And for now, it appears Porcello is done. A 2-out walk will end his day. 5 innings and 2/3 of brilliant work with a season and career high 8 strikeouts for the Detroit Tigers. He will leave with the lead. Zach Miner is on. He was marvelous. Now Miner on. Zach Miner protecting a 1-run lead.
Well, he's really been their swing man. You can see the numbers here on first pitch strikes. He has 50 games this year, 5 starts. Last year started 13 games. 2 seasons ago, 16 games. He's a guy that can give you some length out of the bullpen, but Mr. Porcello represented himself very well. 2 starts against Minnesota, coming down at the end of the season, 12 innings, only 2 earned runs.
Here's Delman Young. Fly ball, softly hit, center field. Granderson playing deep, can't get there. Twins have him at the corners with 2 out.
Well, a pretty good pitch here from Miner on the outside part of the plate, maybe just a little up. Young gets it off the end of the bat and drops it in front of Granderson. Nice turn here by Michael Kadire to go take that extra base. Twins do that as well as anyone in baseball. And Brendan Harris is going to get a pinch hitting opportunity.
So Harris hits in the 6th. 2 on, 2 out, 1-run game. And he gets hit.
Well, you got to equate this Chip to nerves. Coming in, that ball is supposed to be inside, but not even close as it hit Harris, a guy that stands well off the plate. Rick Knapp, the pitching coach of the Tigers, is going to have to go out and talk to Zach Miner, who just a little nervous here coming in with this big crowd. We all said, how would Porcello handle this crowd? Well, he quieted them, but Miner had to come right into the middle of the lion's den, as you called it.
And everybody in this crowd standing. Largest crowd in Metrodome history. 54,088. And no place to put switch hitting Matt Tolbert. Until Kubel's home run in the 6th inning, Tolbert was the only Twin to have scored a run. He has an infield hit and a strikeout. High fly ball slicing down that line near the seats. And Rayburn playing near the line just did run out of room.
Rayburn with that good speed almost was able to make a great play, but you have to contend with these bullpens on the field here at the Metrodome.
Twins have left 3 on base so far in this game. They have 3 aboard in the 6th.
His favorite pitch, that little changeup that he throws to the left-handed batter, but now has gotten him in trouble. Not able to locate that pitch. You would think that Tolbert here, as the 8th place hitter, is going to get a fastball with a 2-1 count. Tolbert only 1 for 3 off Zach Miner.
High fly ball center field. Granderson drifting back, has room. He's got it. And the side is retired. Twins load the bases. They score again in the 6th inning. Jason Kubel's homer brings them to within 1 run heading to the 7th. And Scott Baker dueling. Minnesota's closed to within a run. 3-2 your score, and Baker back out there for the 7th inning and the lower portion of the Tiger order coming up. Brandon Inge will start things off. He's 0 for 2. And this is a spot run where Ron Gardenhire told us earlier this year in New York there was a time where he was practically begging his starters to take the ball into the 7th inning this year. And all kinds of injuries. Kevin Slowey, a 10-game winner, a wrist problem, out for the year. As he thought, Inge went around.
Well, let's see here. Inge, as the ball crowds him. Boy, that looks like a swing to me.
Twins don't get that call, have an even count. And Inge pops it up. Boy, they've been popping the ball up a lot here in the middle innings, and no play at first for Michael Kadire.
Well, Baker had made 32 starts coming into this game, Chip, and he'd gone 7 innings or more in 10 of his starts. So he's the guy who has the ability to do that. Take a ball, take the game deep. He's done a nice job, hasn't he, after coming back after the Cabrera home run. He literally was skidding on thin ice of being out of this ball game.
2 hits over his last 3 innings after the rough 3rd frame for the Tigers. And he's been able to pitch a little more effectively, as you said, inside of these Tigers.
Well, you're going to have to tie up these right-handed hitters because they just have too much power. And you reiterated before, 27 home runs for Brandon Inge.
Didn't get the corner. Full count. 3 balls, 2 strikes. That's hammered out of play by Brandon Inge. The story for the Twins, when they get a quality start, they're 37 games over 500. A quality start means the starter has an ERA of 4.50 or less.
Yeah, 6 innings or more, 300 runs or less, and that used to be something that used to be laughed at. But in today's game, it seems to produce winning results for ball clubs.
And Inge coaxes a leadoff walk in the 7th inning, and now decision time for Ron Gardenhire and the Twins. And the decision is made. Baker will leave after 6+. So that's his 2nd walk in this game. Big crowd at the Metrodome will rise and applaud Scott Baker's effort. He leaves trailing the Tigers 3-2.
Fly, and to this day no one knows if Matt Holliday touched the plate. It doesn't matter. He's called safe. And then last season, of course, in the game that the Minnesota Twins took part in, John Danks was outstanding for the Chicago White Sox. Ken Griffey Jr. threw out Kadire at the plate.
And A.J. Brzezinski showed him the ball, and it was a Jim Thome homer that scored the game's only run. It was a blackout game. See all the White Sox fans with the black shirts? 1-0 was the score, and a diving catch sealed the deal for Chicago. And another one-run game here tonight in Minneapolis. 3-2 your score as big right-hander John Roush on with the catcher Gerald Laird up. And you know, Laird not afraid to lay down a bunt.
He's got 10 sacrifice bunts so far this season. John Roush, all 6-11 of them acquired on August 28th from the Arizona Diamondbacks. Good move by Roush right there. What you want to do if there's a threat of a bunt, Chip, is make sure you throw one ball over. Maybe the batter, Laird, will tip his hand.
Very short lead. There is the bunt attempt, and the ball is well off the plate. 1 ball, no strikes. Laird has popped out, hit into a double play. Talk about bunting, sacrificing. Jim Leyland, a longtime National League manager. This Tiger club, 53 sacrifices. That's the second highest total in the American League.
Well, he can go either way. He can play that American League baseball looking for a 3-run home run, but also can play that National League brand, which he's going to do now. Third baseman Tolbert, he's got to come in a little more, try to take that bunt away. Inge is not running great right now. He might be able to get an easy out.
The bunt popped up, and that's a beautiful play for the Minnesota Twins. Little turnabout fair play action. Remember, Minnesota tried to squeeze bunt against the Tigers, popped into a double play before winning the game late.
Well, John Roush throws very hard, and that's coming from an angle at 6'11", and Laird could not square that bunt and get it down on the ground. Easy pop up, easy play for Kadire with a good hustle.
Boy, Roush has been a big acquisition, no pun intended, for this Minnesota bullpen. Made a big pitch against Kansas City this past weekend that got him out of a mess. And here he is now with the double play in order, trying to keep the Tigers ahead by only 1 run. Roush, a former National, he's been Arizona Diamondback, and boy has he been good in the American League.
Well, being in that National League all those years, sometimes just changing leagues, Chip, can the element of surprise you've gotten back.
Fly ball left center field. That's slicing away from Span, but look at him cover ground. He ran a 50-yard fly pattern and tracked down that drive off Santiago's bat. 2 away.
He ran it in about 4.9 too. Just the outstanding jump by Denard Span. Ran to the right spot and really made a tough play look very easy.
Ron Gardenhire with the applause as he reaches the mound. He'll look up, take the ball from John Roush, who retires the 2 men he's assigned. Curtis Granderson is in the batter's box for the Tigers. 2 outs, top of the 7th in Minnesota. This is on for John Roush. 71 games now for the Minnesota left-hander, and certainly at the center of things at Comerica Park last week.
Well, yes, he was. And Ron Gardenhire, of course, has said that he was starting to get run down a little bit, but he would use him in tonight's ball game if he had to. 71 games now. 55 strikeouts in 61 innings. And you see Maharis, you thought that was a strike. You look at that look at the umpire, Randy Marsh, with the lift of the face mask. And if you see it on pitch tracks, looks like a pretty good pitch. But off the plate, and Randy Marsh got it right.
You said earlier he has a very strict tight zone. He's been very consistent, I think, tonight.
Yes.
Runner at first for Granderson. Nothing wrong with that pitch. Evens the count. Twins fell behind by 3. They've scratched back to within 1. Need a good defensive stand here in the 7th.
You see Joe Mauer, smart play here by Joe. Maharis twice now had looked in at Randy Marsh. Not a good thing to do because you're not going to open up the strike zone. You really just have to concentrate on trying to make your pitches. Again, another pitch. This one even worse than the first pitch. Look at Randy was shaking his head. He's going to have a few words for Joe Mauer. And Joe will try to be like Dag Hammarskjöld at the UN, just trying to make sure to appease both parties.
Dangerous pitch. The lefty-lefty matchup erased with a 3-1 count. And that's an equalizer to fill it up. Granderson hitting a .180 against lefties this year for Detroit. Runner at first goes as the pitch popped foul. And here is the incident we were talking about last week. Maharis pitching against the Tigers in Detroit, threw a ball behind Adam Everett. And after Jim Leyland came out, argued with Angel Hernandez, he was thrown out of the ball game. Then Delman Young drilled in the leg. And what was interesting about this, Young got mad at Maharis, not the Tigers.
He's like, you cost me a hurt leg right there.
Hot shot and into right field, a base hit. Granderson singles. They're at the corners with 2 men out. Boy, nice at bat from Curtis Granderson to drive that ball past a diving Nick Punto.
Well, good hitting on this ball on the outside part. Catch a little too much of the plate up. Great on the corner, but up in the strike zone. Good hitting by Granderson. And Ron Gardenhire, the manager for the Twins, managing the 7th inning like it was the 9th.
So Baker began the frame. Roush, Maharis, and now Matt Guerrier with runners at the corners for the Tigers, looking for some 7th inning insurance. In the third inning, a leadoff walk, then a base hit to Maglior Ordonez brought home Curtis Granderson with one out. Then Miguel Cabrera stepped in. He launches one deep into the night, a 2-run mammoth home run. Hits for Cabrera in his first 2 at-bats, and it was 3-0 just like that. A throwing error by Rick Porcello in the third inning brought home Matt Tolbert with the first run of the game for Minnesota. And then in the 6th inning, Jason Kubel launches one into the second deck in right field. His 28th homer, and it's a 3-2 game with Matt Guerrero on. He too has been busy, and he too, Ronnie, has been very good.
He has been very good, a product of Kent State University. You see the games he's appeared in. He's been his good luck charm too, with that 5-1 record, good ERA. And all of these pitchers for the Twins that come in, very good at not walking hitters.
Placido Polanco 1 for 3. Hit last time up. Span playing very shallowly in right center field, now over a step or two toward left as Guerrero delivers low outside.
Well, you see the defense. Got to make sure you have this defense right, because with Granderson on first, he might try to steal a base here. It'll be interesting to see if Mauer throws through or not.
Ripped foul past Gene Lamont, the Detroit third base coach. And taking the ball and a strike. Career acquired from the Pirates off waivers at the end of the 2003 season. And has really found a home in this Minnesota bullpen. Fisted toward short. Cabrera's got it. And the inning is over. Detroit strands a pair. 7th inning stretch time. 3-2. Tigers lead.
You have to be worried if you're the Tigers. Puto, one of those guys not afraid to lay one down to start out an inning.
Need a man to reach. And needs the long ball to take the lead here. For Minnesota, they've got Cabrera, Mauer, and Kubel lurking in this 7th inning. Minor will begin his first full inning. He came on in relief of Rick Porcello in the 6th. Gave up a hit and a hit batsman before getting Matt Tolbert to fly out to end that Minnesota threat. Ball 1. Everybody up, everybody standing in the lower portion of the Metrodome. Was born in St. Louis back in 1982. He's 27. Came up in the Braves system. The Tigers sent Kyle Farnsworth to Atlanta in 2005 for Zach Miner and Roman Colon. You mentioned the fact that Miner can pitch lots of innings. He grew up a starting pitcher in that Braves system. They drafted him in the 4th round in 2000. You know, Jim Leland's hoping he can get through the 7th inning without incident. Then it's Lyon and Rodney for the 8th and 9th. Futeni, a southpaw, in case there's difficulty with the left-handed portion of this lineup in the 7th inning.
With this at bat, trying to will himself to first base. That's not for everyone.
Play foul. Good battle here in inning number 7 between Nick Punto and Zach Miner. Loser goes home. Winner goes to New York. For game 1 of the American League Division Series at 6 o'clock Eastern Time here on TBS. It'll be the middle game of our triple header. Game 1 has the Rockies and Phillies. Game 3, Cardinals and Dodgers. Ernie Johnson will have the pregame show at 2 o'clock Eastern. And now the pitch of decision to Nick Punto. Line drive. Leadoff man on. What an at bat by Punto.
What did Gardenhire say? Manager of the Twins. We just got a bunch of ball players. And Punto fits that description. Tough at bat. Inside out on that fastball. Down and in from Zach Miner. And just gets it out of the reach of Santiago.
So now Jim Leland to the center of the diamond. Futeni was warming up. You've got Denard Span up in what would appear to be Ron a sacrifice situation. So does he bring on Nee to face Span, or does he leave Miner on to get the out?
Well, I think he's going to definitely leave Miner in. What he was really talking about was really defensive positioning, trying to let everyone know what's going to happen in this situation with Span, so Miner knows to expect the bunt. The real great thing about Minnesota now with Punto on first base is that he is outstanding in late innings. In the 7th inning on, he's 10 for 10 in stolen bases. But with the right-hander Miner instead of Futeni, the left-hander might be able to keep him closer. Might be a chance for Punto, but Span's got to get this ball down.
But do you risk running against Gerald Laird, who's the best defensive catcher as far as stealing is concerned in the American League? That's the question for Ron Gardenhire. Span 1 for 3. No bunt, no movement, and no problem for Miner to throw strike 1.
There's third base coach Scott Alger with the signs. And allowing Mr. Span, maybe he was allowing him a strike. And then maybe we'll put the bunt on. But Laird, like you said, almost 42% of the runners he has thrown out trying to steal.
Big lead, doesn't go, and a swing and a miss. You surprised they don't bunt?
I'm surprised they're not bunting. This will be one of those decisions that managers make. But, you know, you can't run on Laird like we talked about with his. Punto has that great 10 for 10. Marner's pretty quick to the plate, but not great. This is a good one for Punto to look for a ball in the dirt. Might be able to advance.
Well off the plate. A ball, 2 strikes. I told you the Twins and Tigers both play National League style of baseball. Minnesota, 50 sacrifices coming into this final regular season game.
But Gardenhire showing a lot of confidence in his leadoff hitter span.
Who had 11 sacrifices this year. And he's down on strikes. So runner at first with 1 out, and Orlando Cabrera is the batter. 0 for 3 in the game, trying to extend a hit streak to 16 games.
We'll see both Santiago and Miner talking over what they're going to do with Cabrera, maybe what sign they might use. I think the key, though, for every team that Orlando Cabrera plays on, he's a winning player, and he always seems to get that big hit when you need it. They need it now.
He's flat out twice. He grounded out in the first inning against Rick Porcello, who was dazzling.
Giving Laird the sign. So many options. Throw over, pitch out.
High fly ball, hammered deep left field, track, wall, and gone!
The matchup that Miner wanted, or Leland. 4 for 17 now with 3 home runs is Mr. Cabrera. And another big hit and another big moment for Orlando.
Metrodome magic. Metrodome mania. 4-3 Minnesota the lead. Takes a shot down the left field line and is down a quick strike. The Detroit Tigers took this crowd out of the game for the first 3 innings. The Minnesota Twins have brought them back in the 7th. Another hit. And Mauer, thinking about 2, takes a tumble and has to dive back to first. He was thinking double on that base hit to right.
Well, in the 7th inning, where one manager, Gardenhire, has elected to use 4 pitchers to get through an inning, Jimmy Leyland has tried to stick with 1, and it has not worked. Just tripping going around that base is Joe Mauer, but love to see that kind of hustle, don't you?
Zach Miner, 2/3 of an inning, 4 hits, a hit batsman, a strikeout. But Orlando Cabrera's 2-run home run, the biggest hit of the year for Minnesota. The Twins lead it 4-3.
thought he got just enough as he watches that ball go over the wall in left field. Look at his reaction. Beautiful swing on that slider, full extension. And even though the Minnesota Twins haven't won a World Series since 1991, 18 years ago, the Homer Hankies, they still work.
And so does the bat of Orlando Cabrera, who has plenty of postseason experience, was a midseason pickup for this Twins ball club. The biggest hit of the year for Minnesota puts him in front. Futeni on now against Jason Kubel, who homered in his last at bat. Still only one out and a 4-3 score. And he almost threw that ball away at first.
Well, you see his numbers this season. Very fine job done by Futeni. He's got to keep though Mauer close, even though Mauer's not a guy who steals a lot of bases. From the 7th inning on, all 4 of his stolen bases have come from the 7th inning on.
And that ball swung up there by knee and missed badly. A ball and no strikes. Mauer and Kubel, left-hand hitters back-to-back, but that doesn't bother Ron Gardenhire. He told us these guys hit lefties very well. So he's content to allow Kubel to hit behind the batting champ Mauer, even though he hits from the left side. A 76-mile-an-hour breaking ball in for a called strike.
Futeni, the Taiwan left-hander, he is known against the left-hander for using that big breaking ball. Not a hard thrower.
A spot where the Tigers really wish they had Bobby C available. C's been banged up. They're a little short from the left side of that Tiger bullpen, so need the first southpaw that's summoned for Jim Leyland today. Injuries have been a huge issue, as well as ineffectiveness at times from this Tiger staff. Towering fly ball to center field that's playable for Curtis Granderson, and he makes the catch. And there is your second out for Michael Kadire. He will not be allowed to face Futeni, and here's how the homer looked down the left field line. How deep did it go? First row.
Doesn't matter, they all count, Chip. Elation for Orlando Cabrera.
So Kubel flies out. Tigers in their bullpen yet again. 4-3 is the score. And Brandon Lyon is on to face Michael Kadire next. 2/3 of an inning, and the home run he allowed Orlando Cabrera right now the difference in this game.
Well, Brandon Lyon has been outstanding his last 46 outings, 5-2 with a 1.61 ERA. But Michael Kadire 2 for 5 off line with a home run.
And a big breaking ball as Kadire a quick 1-strike call. Boy, a real big improvement for Lyon after the month of May.
Well, you see, he is one of the few relief pitchers. Sometimes it takes him a while to get going. He's a real 4-pitch pitcher who comes in. He's got a good cut fastball, straight fastball, overhand hook, and changeup.
Little squibber over the mound, and he nearly mistimed his jump. But he takes care of Michael Kadire in the 7th inning. The Twins have gotten homers in each of their last 2 at-bats. Orlando Cabrera puts him in front 4-3 as we head to inning number 8. Defensive changes for the Twins. Carlos Gomez takes over in center field. Denard Span moves from center field to right. And Matt Guerrero on with Maglio Ordonez, Miguel Cabrera, and Carlos Guillen coming up. And it is the first 2 of these Tiger hitters, Ronnie, that have done all the offensive damage in this game.
Well, this, of course, is going to be the biggest inning for Guerrero and the Twins to try to get through the meat of this order. We are starting Ordonez out with a curveball in the first pitch.
High fly ball, that's belted deep toward left. Track wall, and we are tied. Maglio Ordonez launches one to left, and the Tigers are still alive. 4-4 your score.
Take too long. 1-0. Tried to come in with a fastball. Ordonez was ready. Leland talked about how aggressive he's been in the second half. Aggressive there on that second pitch. Reaction from that Tigers bench, of course. They're back in it.
And watch the first pitch to Cabrera. He's hit 9 home runs this year on the first pitch, and a good idea there from the Twins reliever. He's had a huge day at the plate. He's doubled, he's homered, he's knocked in 2 in 3 tries. And Maglio Ordonez is back with a vengeance.
Well, the Tigers were able to jump on Scott Baker early, and this was the biggest damage, a 2-run home run from Cabrera that put them up 3-0. But the Twins have fought back, and now here come the Tigers. Back on them again.
You know, Detroit wants to keep Joe Nathan out of this game under any circumstances. He's the Twins closer and has an unbelievable record against Detroit. Ground ball sharply hit toward third. Tolbert's got it. Wow. Joe Nathan is 30 for 30 in saves against the Tigers.
Well, listen, Chip, they've been tied after 162. Why wouldn't they be tied now?
Good point. And here we are in the 8th inning, 4-4 ball game. As Nathan watches and waits for his turn today. Here's Guillen 0 for 3 with a strikeout. It's the long ball that once more has taken the life out of this Minnesota crowd.
This ballpark, when they have 54,000 in it, and record crowd, as you mentioned, Chip, ball just travels in here. And you can see from left field that Ordonez home run, long, and got out of here in a hurry.
Like the great city of Detroit, don't count out these Tigers. 11 wins this year when trailing in the 8th inning or later. You can knock them down, you can kick dirt in their face, but they scramble up and find a way to get it done. I don't know about you, this may be Jim Leyland's best job as a major league manager, considering all this Tiger team has been through this year.
All the injuries, of course, and of course the up and down of the pitching staff. Sometimes you come to the ballpark, didn't know who was going to be able to play.
High towering fly ball whipped to right, and that is pulled foul. It's been an interesting couple of years for the Tigers. There were some who thought Detroit should have won the division last season, and many of those same prognosticators thought that the Tigers would finish last in the AL Central this year.
Yeah, Jimmy had said everyone counted us out for this season, but they hung around.
Again, what would this mean for the city if the Tigers could win this game? That was something Leyland addressed in spring training when he said, quote, people are going to be spending their last dollars. This is not the year to not run out of ground ball. And his Tigers have responded again and again and again. And a one-out walk places Guillen at first base. He represents the go-ahead tally for the Tigers. And Rick Anderson a visit.
Both right-handers, middlemen for both of these teams. Minor for the Tigers and Greer here for the Twins. Both struggling under the weight of this game.
Pitch runner at first. Wilkin Ramirez takes over for Guillen. Joe Nathan is up. He may have to save the game in the 8th and the 9th.
Well, I think one of the things, he probably had an option at some point, or a thought, Ron Gardenhire, of having him go 2 innings. The thought he could get through this lineup with Greer. Did not work with Ordonez, and now the walk to Guillen to produce another base runner.
So Ryan Rayburn bats with a man aboard and 1 out. Rayburn got the start because he's been hot at the plate and because he can cover a lot of ground in left. He's 2 for 3 today. Took a shot at right field and is down a strike. foul at the plate. No balls and 2 strikes. Grounded in. Waits next. One ball, 2 strikes. This is a hugely important inning for the Tiger offense. They are an amazing 72-0 this year when they lead the game after 8 innings of play. Talked about Joe Nathan and how good he has been. Fernando Rodney is the Tiger closer. He's only blown 1 save this year. And Ramirez drawing a lot of attention from Guerrero in the 8th inning with 1 out.
Well, he should. Ramirez can really fly, as looming as Miguel Cabrera. But I think one of the things that's one of the most difficult things to do is to come in late for a defensive replacement or come in late as a pinch runner.
Good at bat continues for Rayburn here in Detroit's 8th inning. Cabrera has homered. Ordonez has homered. They have accounted for all 4 RBIs in this game. The 2 offensive stars have brought the Tigers back to a tie.
It's all right to cheerlead for your own team.
A club that's looked for big hits this year. The Tigers have had a bunch of them today. How about this at bat? Rayburn forces a full count. Now the speedster Ramirez can think about running if the Tigers so desire.
On the pitch tracks, you can see that ball just floating up and in to the right-handed hitter Rayburn. Guerrero just missing with his pitches. Do you run? I would run him.
Let's see if they do. He is. It's fouled back.
Boy, that was a good swing by Rayburn there on that hanging slider from Guerrero. Ramirez doesn't have any stolen bases this season, but in the minor leagues he's had as high as 28 stolen bases, so he's got some speed.
Runner goes. And it's a ball high. 2 men on. crowd roars, and look at Gene Lamont, the third base coach. Gene Lamont was all the way onto the sliding path at third base, telling Ramirez to stay on the bag. It was ball 4. That ball is alive, and the young player didn't wander away and stays safely at second base.
Well, you can see the pitch on the pitch tracks. I thought that ball was a little up. It was. Randy Marsh got it right. But the reason that you want to yell to your runner, as Lamont did, is that the crowd is telling you that it was a strikeout throw you out, but it was not.
So Guerrero departs. Tigers have 2 men on and 1 out in the 8th inning. They have raised the roof time and time again here in Minneapolis at the Metrodome. And what a way to wrap up the American League regular season schedule. The AL Central Division Championship is on the line. Game on the bases for the Tigers. 2 on, 1 man out, with Brandon Inge in the batter's box against all-star Joe Nathan.
Well, as Gardenhire had a little advantage in how he used his bullpen before, now because of the home run by Ordonez, now the advantage to Jimmy Leland and the Tigers is they've got Joe Nathan, their closer, in here to try to save the 8th inning.
You can save the game in the 7th, the 8th as easily as you can the 9th. And a huge spot for the Minnesota club. And it's high, 1 ball, no strikes. Talked with Lloyd McClendon, the Tigers hitting coach, and he said Brandon Inge would be one guy who personifies what the city of Detroit has gone through this year. How big would it be if he could pick up a hit and put him ahead in the 8th? A terrible knee injury that Inge is playing through.
He leads the team this season with 157 games played.
Has almost willed himself into the lineup every single day for Detroit.
And he's been their greatest from the 7th inning on. 10 home runs, leads their team.
Popped up this time, however, right side. That's playable for Kadire. Infield fly. Who wants it? It'll be the second baseman, Pinto. And Nathan retires the first batter. Brandon Inge pops out. He's 0 for 3.
Well, 2-0 advantage to a hitter, unless you're a guy like Joe Nathan who can throw 95 on the black that beats Inge. You can see this pitch right where Inge likes it. He's a high ball hitter, but just it beat him to the spot.
One more hurdle for Nathan. It's Gerald Laird who's 0 for 3. And 1 for 5 against Nathan in his career. Mauer just got a glove on that pitch. 1 ball, no strikes. Roush, Mijares, Guerrero, and now Nathan have worked out of the Minnesota bullpen. Drifted down and no advance. It's the top of the 7 o'clock hour in Minneapolis with Ron Darling and Craig Sager and our entire TBS crew. What a ball game. My name is Chip Carey. 4-4 your score. The AL Central Division title is on the line. The winner of this game heads to New York to play the Yankees tomorrow at 6 Eastern here on TBS. The loser thinks about spring training 2010.
Well, Nathan's got to try to stay true to form. Has not allowed a home run with runners on this season.
Did he go? He did. Oh, is that ball humming over the inside corner?
But Joe's got that good four-seamer, but he can also throw that two-seamer that runs in on the right-handed hitter. No chance for Joe. Tries to get committed, hold the bat back, but you can see it went through the strike zone.
Off the 8th and ties this game. In the final regular season game at the Metrodome, 54,088 is the crowd. And now Young, the co-player of the week in the American League, starts things off with a 1 for 3 days so far and a 9-game hitting streak.
Ron Gardenhire was talking about Delmon Young today. He says as talented a player he's ever seen. He said he just goes through streaks of inability to repeat his mechanics at the plate, but can hit him out of sight.
Big time power for Delmon Young, who had to hear it from a lot of people around Major League Baseball. What with the success last year of the Tampa Bay Rays and Matt Garza, Jason Bartlett, who are acquired for Delmon Young.
And they played such a big part in that run for Tampa Bay.
Fisted slowly towards second. Polanco waits for the convenient hop and takes care of Young for out number 1. We've raved a lot about this Minnesota defense. Give the Tigers some credit too. Up the middle, they've been as good as gold the last month or so, and Polanco fine play there. Little infielders for the Tigers, no errors since August 30th. And Polanco took his time to take care of Young. 1 out. Here's Brendan Harris. Came on as a pinch hitter for Morales in the 6th and was hit with the first pitch that he saw from Zach Miner. Randy Marsh got popped again. That's twice. He's taken the brunt of a wicked foul ball behind the plate.
Oh, that's the equivalent for you football players out there of getting your bell rung. Fastball right in the middle of the mask of Randy Marsh. One of the things that there's a brotherhood between catchers and umpires, because they both take the brunt of those foul balls and try to give each other a little time in between pitches.
And Harris, a high chopper hit toward Inge at third. And a terrific throw for the second out. So Lions come on, 3 ground ball outs, the 3 hitters he's faced. And the bases are clear now for Matt Tolbert. He scored the first Minnesota run, reaching on an infield hit and coming home on a Rick Porcello throwing it. Forget, this game was started by Scott Baker and Rick Porcello, and both pitched pretty good baseball. Porcello especially so, a career high tying 8 strikeouts in 5 2/3 innings. And Baker 1 bad inning the 3rd inning. As Ron Gardenhire said, all he needs to do is start executing his pitches a little better and he'll settle in, and settle in he did. Only just 2 hits over the final 3 frames of tonight's game. Broken bat and bounced beyond the Twins' dugout. Tolbert will grab a new bat. Well, we know CC Sabathia is going to pitch for New York tomorrow night. We have no idea who's going to face him.
Both of these teams have no concern with tomorrow night. Both trying to take care of business here.
Just missed. Lyon thought he got it there. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Wicked pitch, and Brandon Lyon has been very nasty tonight. 4 hitters faced, 4 hitters retired, and we head to the 9th inning. It's going to be a late night for these two clubs. 4-4, ninth inning. Joe Nathan starts. Ramon Santiago with strike one. Tolbert in at third, thinking about a bunt. He gets it. Ground ball to first. Diving try and safe at first. Cuddyer could not get the tag. And it's a bunt hit for Santiago to start the ninth inning. And here's the matchup that the Tigers have been looking for.
What a bunt by Santiago. And look at how he gets his frame out of the way of Cuddyer. Nice call there at first base. He had the weight on that ball. Tried to dive at Santiago at first base. Wasn't able to get him on that hip.
And so Adam Everett, the former Twin, will pinch run. And the question I guess you have if you're a Tiger fan, do you take the bat out of Granderson's hands, a man that has really worn out Joe Nathan of late, play for a run, or do you let him swing away in a tie game with nobody out?
Well, his last three at-bats versus Nathan, home run, double, and a triple for Curtis Granderson.
I don't think he'll be bunting. Let's see. Granderson has walked and singled and scored tonight. No sign of a bunt with the first pitch. And the Tigers, 53 sacrifice bunts this year, second most in the American League.
Nathan will be throwing the first here to keep the runner close. See that sign that Joe Mauer gives. He gives that split 2 and then puts down 1. That means throw over to first.
As the Tigers came into their dugout to start this inning, the first man Jim Leland greeted was Curtis Granderson. No sign at all of the bunt. Fisted into right field. That's trouble. That's going to drop for a hit. Around second, Everett on his way to third. And Curtis Granderson continues to do one-man damage against Joe Nathan. First and third, and nobody out in the ninth.
Well, he just has good numbers. As we mentioned before, an unnatural cycle there for Curtis Granderson. His last 4 at-bats now, a home run, a double, a triple, and now a single against Joe Nathan.
And now Gene Lamont, the third base coach, talking things over with Polanco. Here's a spot where you know Nathan would love a strikeout, but Polanco, a very difficult man to punch out despite the one tonight. And then Ordonez and Cabrera lurking.
Ron Gardenhire chose not to bunt Denard Span. It cost him with a strikeout. Jim Leland chose not to bunt with Granderson. It didn't cost him. It cost the Twins with a base hit there by Granderson.
So runners at first and third, nobody out. 4-4 in the ninth.
Most innings Joe Nathan has thrown this season has been 2. Seen this happen many times to closers. They come in the 8th inning, they spend all that adrenaline, sometimes sitting for those 15-20 minutes, going back out there. They lose some of that snap on that curve, the velocity on the fastball.
Polanco with all the attention on Cabrera and Ordonez, and Curtis Granderson has been as good as anybody in the American League this year, Ron, in run scoring situations late in ball games.
It's been great. He's had 8 go-ahead RBI something or later, tied with A-Rod and Victor Martinez.
He puts the ball in play. He's got a 1-1 count.
Polanco likes the ball the way to shoot it the other way. How do you counter that? How about something diving down and in? Not a good swing there from Polanco.
Field line, long run span in the corner. He'll have no play.
You get to the point there, don't you, with all this foul ground here? If it's deep enough, what do you do as a right fielder or a left fielder? Do you catch it and allow the run to score, or let it drop? It's a hard call for those guys.
Yeah, do you take the out but give up potential go-ahead run in the 9th inning? No chance for Span and right. Minnesota led this game 4-3. Maglio Ordonez led off the 8th with a vapor trail to left. A long solo home run. Infield in now with a 2-2 count, nobody out. Struck him out looking. What a pitch. For a man that almost never strikes out, Polanco has been punched out twice in this game.
What a pitch sequence by Joe Nathan and Joe Mauer to work one of the most difficult guys to strike out. First pitch, missed inside. Second, got a swinging strike, came back inside. Unusual swing there by Polanco. Good fighting off of that high fastball, missed upstairs, and threw this back indoor slider. Threw it right at Polanco and broke it back over the inside corner. What a pitch by Nathan.
So now the entire Twins infield, with the exception of Michael Kadire, will meet on the mound and talk things over with Nathan. And here's a spot as Ron Gardenhire will join the discussion where a ground ball gets you out of this inning. And facing Maglio Ordonez, who has had a very big game.
Maybe the biggest hit so far in the Tigers season. 4-3 lead for the Twins. High fastball from Guerrier. And a clutch home run from Ordonez, who's been so hot in the second half.
August 11th, the last time that Polanco struck out twice in a game. That sets up a double play possibility with Ordonez up.
Nathan really crowding these hitters. Polanco now crowding Ordonez.
He's been red hot. 24 for his last 46 at the plate. But he's hit into 19 double plays. Second to Miguel Cabrera on the team. Line drive, one there, throw back to first, double play!
Well, a line drive off the bat right at Cabrera. He's got a big home run in this game, and now the double play. How about this reaction? Can't wipe that grin off Joe Nathan's face like a Cheshire cat.
Adam Everett stays in the game to play shortstop. He's a former Twin. And a bunt attempt by Punto evens the count. Brandon Lyon has faced 4 men. He's gotten them all out. Punto, Span, and Cabrera in the bottom of the 9th. Will this be the final 9th inning in regular season play at the Metrodome? The answer to that is yes. Will it be the final game played at the Metrodome? We do not know yet.
The Twins fans and these Twins players not ready to cede the rights to this Metrodome to the Vikings quite yet.
Just missed the corner. Boy, a tough pitch to take. It's 2-2.
Well, just like Punto did in the 7th inning in front of the Cabrera home run. Another tough at bat by the Twins' 9th place hitter.
The Twins have had the leadoff man on in an inning twice in this game, and both times he scored. Welcome to Twins baseball. We've seen a bat after a bat like this from Punto all night tonight.
Both teams have come back and forth against each other. This has just been a classic duel between Two teams on game number 163.
The Twins have a farm team called the Miracle. Can they pull one off in the ninth tonight? A 9-pitch at bat. See a 10th. Tiger bullpen is busy. Should the Twins have a 9th inning rally? Fernando Rodney is up. And as good as Joe Nathan has been, Rodney has been equally electrifying. He's only blown 1 save all year. Running it back. Lions goes an inning and a third.
Lions' only mistake going to cost him a trip to the showers. Leadoff walk. Great at bat by Nick Punto.
So far, Jim Leyland, no decision because you've got the top of the order and maybe a bunt situation. And here's how the last inning ended for the Tigers.
Well, it's this line drive, and Curtis Granderson, the runner on first base, has got to know that the run on third is the most important run. He's got to freeze on the line drive. He did not, and it costs a double play, and the Twins getting out of that inning. And the bench erupting. My bad. I thought that was going to cost Lyon a chance of the showers. No, he's still in there. Will Span bunt this time.
Lynch thinks so. He's ready to charge from third. He is bunting. It's a ball. 11 sacrifices for Span this year.
I think one of the reasons that Lyon is in this game is he's a little better fielder than Rodney. And this is a chance that they know that Mr. Span probably bunting in this situation. He did in the 7th, but here in the 9th.
If Span has his way, where does he want this ball to be bunted?
Well, I think anytime you want to make this bunt, you want to try to bunt this ball down to Miguel Cabrera. He is the weaker of the fielders between he and Inch.
Bunted back toward the mound, and it's a beauty. Better hurry! Runner at second. 1 out.
Boy, nice at bat by Denard Span. He almost turned this into a hit. If it wasn't for Brandon Lyon with his good snap throw. Perfect mechanics by Span. Got that ball out in front. Deadened it. Never got to Lyon on time, but he was able to make the good play.
So one of the hitting heroes for the Twins is Orlando Cabrera. A 2-run homer in the 7th inning gave the Twins a 4-3 lead. But Jim Leyland will not risk Lyon versus Cabrera. Instead, it'll be Fernando Rodney coming on to get the Tigers out of this 9th inning jam. 4-4 is your score. Here comes Detroit's closer. We'll have MLB on deck for you at 2 o'clock Eastern Time. Then our triple header begins with the Rockies and the Phillies. Game 1 from Citizens Bank Ballpark at 2:30. Ron and I will be in New York for the Yankees and the winner of this game in Minneapolis. Then at 9:30 Eastern Time, the Cardinals and Dodgers start their series out at Chavez Ravine inside MLB, presented by Captain Morgan at 1 a.m. Eastern Time, as Fernando Rodney is on for the Tigers.
Well, Rodney has been really struggling coming down the stretch. You see his ERA in save situations, and it balloons in non-save situations, which we have here. And his ERA is almost 10 in his last few outings. So he has struggled coming down the stretch.
Big lead at second for Punto. Ground ball, left side, Inge saves a run. Throws to first in time. What a play by Inge. If that gets through, who knows what happens. What a play at the hot corner.
Well, he's done this all season long for this Tigers team. On his aching knees, he is just one of those players that goes all out, gets that uniform dirty, and makes a beautiful play with the dive to his left. And yes, that would have been a base hit. Punto almost caught off second base, but gets the out at first.
No way they're going to let Joe Mauer swing the bat here with a runner at third and 2 outs.
Of course, and because of the defensive replacement, Jason Kubel is out of the game, the talented left-handed hitter, and Carlos Gomez will be the hitter.
So Mauer will be walked intentionally for the 14th time this year. 76 walks in total, including 2 tonight. So they will take the bat out of his hands, and Gomez, with runners first and second, 2 out in inning number 9. Rodney got that one a little close for comfort, didn't he? And that was almost a strike. So here we go. Gomez versus Rodney. He's 0 for 2 in his career.
Well, the Santana trade for the Minnesota Twins might have taken a while to pay back. But maybe it can here with Gomez, who went from the Mets to the Twins in that trade.
February 2nd, 2008. And a big fastball well off the plate. 1 ball, no strikes. Gomez hit .258 last year with the Twins. Hit 7 homers, knocked in 59 men. Polanco keeping Punto close at second. Hot shot towards short. Everett scoops it up, and we go to the 10th inning. What a ball game.
Nathan has gone back in the clubhouse, but very relieved he got out of that jam at the top of the ninth with that double play off the bat of Maglio Ordonez. He was watching as the ball was hit hard on the line drive, came over and put his arms up in the air, thought, oh no, it's gone, but then when he saw the double play, did a like swilling move, came into the dugout, and everybody said, what was that? He goes, well, it's sort of like the cattle rope I saw Brett Favre do last night when I was at the Vikings game against the Packers. He said, I thought it was going to be a base hit, then it was a double play, I got too excited.
He's got a lot to be excited about. Nathan, an inning and 2/3, 2 hits, 2 strikeouts, and he will give way now to Jesse Crain in the 10th inning with the middle of the order up for the Tigers. Only fitting, as you said, Ron, these teams dead even after 162, dead even after 9 innings in game 163.
Well, Jesse Crain has really been a workhorse for this Twins team, but he has a lot on his shoulders here, having to face Miguel Cabrera. 1 for 5 off Crain with a home run.
They've pitched him a lot more effectively in his last 2 at-bats. And the Twins, and he jumps at the first ball, bounces out to short. Cabrera's got it. High throw, and the tag applied. Cabrera's made 25 errors over at shortstop. But a nice play by Kadire to come off the bag and save a big problem here in the 10th.
Well, a lot of his errors, Chip, have really been of the throwing variety. See this one run up the line a little bit. Nice play by Kadire at first. Just getting Cabrera before he got on the bag.
Aubrey Huff will pinch hit now in the 10th inning.
Just got him on the hip.
Huff is one of those bats the Tigers acquired to try to bolster this offense. And Huff hitting just .241 this season. That's grounded foul past Andy Van Slyke. Tigers got him August 17th from the Orioles for a right-handed pitcher, Brett Jacobson. And has but 1 hit in his last 10 at-bats. And with the Tigers hitting .189. 3 for 13 as a pinch, 3 for 11, I beg your pardon, as a pinch hitter with a home run. And nearly hit. Did it get him? It apparently did, across the shoe tops, and Huff pointed at Randy Marsh to make sure. The Twins are going to check the baseball. Ron Gardenhire is going to come out as well. Look for a little shoe polish as Huff hit by a pitch in the 10th.
Really caught him on the pants leg, I think, right above the shoe tops. Unfortunate pitch there by Jesse Crain, who had the advantage. Watch this pitch dive down and in. Seems like it just touched maybe the front right leg of that uniform. See that? The ripple effect of those pants kind of came out. You see the ball as it comes into Huff, just scrapes the flared bottom of the uniform of Aubrey Huff.
Stitch in time may save the Tiger 9 here in the 10th. A hit batsman, and Don Kelly will pinch run. Kelly has played a prominent role in the season series with the Twins and Tigers. He dropped a pop fly here at the Metrodome earlier this season that cost the Tigers a game Justin Verlander pitched. So they'll pinch run here with 1 man out.
Really the bigger picture that in September and now October with the call-ups, able to play different kind of baseball when the games matter the most.
All that changes tomorrow. Roster's down to 25. This is still a regular season game. And Ryan Rayburn looks at ball 1.
Rayburn's had a nice night tonight, 2 for 3.
Tigers 6-4 this year in extra innings. The Twins 6 wins, 7 losses in extra innings. A check swing on a high strike. So you're the Yankees. You're playing at home tomorrow, trying to put together your scouting report for game 1 of your division series, and here we are in the 10th inning of game 163 for the AL Central champ.
Each successive pitcher that comes in, you can tell by the heavy breathing, can't get any saliva as they get here later and later in this game. Jesse Crane, who has been a workhorse. Only in '07 did he miss time when he had surgery for a rotator cuff and torn labrum. 56 games this year, a high of 75 a few seasons ago.
Crane, a high draft pick of the Twins 7 years ago. They took him in the second round. Worked his way up from the minor leagues, debuting in 2004 for the Twins, going 3-0, all out of the bullpen. Born in Toronto, Ontario, lives in Lakeville, Minnesota. In his 5th big league season. Right on by. 2 outs.
Crane, who throws awfully hard. Four-seamer away, just beats Rayburn to the spot. As we've seen all night long with the hitters from both sides, a little late on those fastballs up in the strike zone.
There's nothing like power at the end of the ball game and at the end of the year, is there?
There isn't.
So Inge, the final Tiger hope in the 10th inning. He's 5 for 19 against Crane lifetime, but one of those 5 hits a home run.
Well, that's a good pitch there. Slider right down the middle to catch the bottom of the play. Yes, it did.
Ripped into the left field corner for a hit. Kelly around second. On his way to third. Gene Lamont's going to wave it. Here's Cabrera's relay throw to the plate. It's not in time, and the Tigers take the lead. Detroit, Brandon Inge, has given the Tigers a 1-run lead.
Well, after the missed slider, a fastball that gets on the inner part. Watch this ball, never comes off the wall, kind of sits there. Makes Young go get it, and by the time he gets it into Cabrera, too late to get to Speedy Kelly. C. Maurer with a try to block home plate, but Kelly slides right through that block by Maurer.
So the Tigers have the lead in the 10th. On the 10th extra base hit from Inge in the last 55 games for the Tigers. And a swinging roller out towards second. And the throw to first is in time. And that retires the side. The Tigers get a hit batsman, cash it in on a Brandon Inge double. They need 3 outs for a date with the Yankees. and Don Kelly was flying.
Well, he's been clutch for them all season, but if you see Kelly at first base as this ball goes into the corner, Gene Lamont knows there's only one thing to do. Get that left arm moving. And Kelly's moving himself, and instead of the fashionable slide, the slide and reach back with his hand, he goes through Mauer with that left front foot, which allows him to score through the big body of the 6'5" Joe Mauer.
And Jim Leland likes that safe call by Randy Marsh a lot better than he did in 1992 when Sid Bream scored against his Pittsburgh Pirates in the NLCS. So now, Kadire in the 10th, Twins down a run.
Dyer with a magical home run on Saturday against the Kansas City Royals. Clete Thomas takes over in right field. Does he have one more in him?
One ball, one strike. Dyer, 3 hits lifetime. One of those hits a home run against Rodney. Nowhere near.
Concentration by all these players on the bench and on the field. Almost palpable, Chip.
Two and two.
Ron Gardenhire and his Twins going to suffer one more one-run loss in game 163.
Lost 1-0 to Chicago last year. They're down 5-4 at home in the 10th tonight.
I don't know about you, but I don't know how he fouled that pitch off.
That thing looked like Bill of the Cap high. A little fly ball into shallow left. It's going to drop and against by Rayburn. Granderson can't get it. It's up against the wall. Kadire on his way to third. Throw late. Rayburn tried for the shoestring catch and paid the price.
He didn't pick up the ball well and then tried to make up for it. And you see he missed it, probably lost it in that white roof, but maybe the wrong choice at this time in the game. You want to really play that for a single, Chip. Keep that ball in front of you. Keep Kadire on first base. Instead, he tries for the miraculous catch. He doesn't come up with it. Granderson doesn't get there in time, and Kadire triple.
A 3-base hit in the 10th inning. And the tying run for the Twins, 90 feet away, and Delman Young. Jim Leland can't believe it. Infield in. Chopper doesn't get through. Everett, 1 out.
Well, we've seen Gardenhire against the Tigers. As you see this first pitch by Rodney. Young not able to handle it. Infield in, does handle it. But we've seen Gardenhire try the suicide squeeze against Detroit. Over in Detroit. Will he try it here? Rodney very difficult to bunt. Nasty stuff.
And he's just as likely to throw it away as he is to buzz you inside. Rodney's thrown 5 wild pitches this year.
Well, nice play by Gerald Laird there. Fastball down in the strike zone. That is the one that eludes more catchers because they always believe that a fastball is going to be for a strike, not thrown in the dirt like it was there by Rodney.
Good slider. 1 ball, 1 strike. Everybody up in the seats, everybody down on the Minnesota bench. The Tigers 2 outs away from advancing and winning the AL Central.
Chip with the infield in, can't really go on contact, but he can still read it from third base. The ball gets over the head of the pitcher. Everett's got to go up the middle. He might be able to take a shot.
Danny Van
Slyke calling all the outfielders in. miles per hour, but not even close.
The Tigers don't think Harris can pull a Rodney fastball. Granderson has swung way around into right center field. Huge gap between Rayburn and Granderson in left center. And now a 3-1 count. They're at the corners now with 1 out. Now a pinch runner will take the place of Harris at first base. That's Alexi Casilla.
Well, the veteran manager Jimmy Leyland, he's done it a couple times so far. Go out to talk to his pitcher, not only to give him a respite, but also to dictate to his infield how they're going to play this defense in this situation. You have your middle infielders back and double play depth, Tolbert with some really good speed, or you're going to keep the infield in. 1-run lead might make you push your middle infielders back and try to play for the double play.
With that in mind, how does Minnesota play it? Because Casilla, too, another guy who can really fly, and a double play ends this game for Minnesota.
And Rodney does not hold runners on well, but Gerald Laird is the X factor because he's thrown out more runners at a better percentage this season.
So you want to manage in a playoff scenario?
No, I don't.
What do you do if you're the Twins? Here's Tolbert. Not going. And a swing and a miss. Again, the breaking ball from Rodney, very effective, countering that 97-mile-an-hour heat he can bring to you.
See the middle infielders, they are playing back a double play depth, but they're at a place where if they get a ball that's hit softly, instead of turning 2, they can take a shot at Kadire at the plate.
Another strike. Rodney, even with that big fastball, will generate some weak contact. 12 double play ground balls have been induced by the Tiger closer.
As you see at home, he hasn't thrown a ball over the knees yet, has he?
No. 0-2. Ground ball up the middle. Base hit, we're tied. Runner around second. On his way to third. 5-5. Can you believe this?
What an at-bat by the young Tolbert. Just a bouncer up the middle. It looks like Polanco here thought he was going to be able to turn 2, but with that top spin, gets by him. Harris over to third base for the winning run.
Now a world of opportunities for Minnesota with 1 out. Punto handles the bat beautifully here.
Last time they squeezed against Detroit, it was Nick Punto who was in the batter's box. The Gardner Hart gets his wish with a tie and run. Has one more wish working.
The division-winning run is 90 feet away for Nick Punto, who had a 10-pitch at bat in the 9th. Strike one. This inning started when Ryan Rayburn tried for a shoestring catch. It turned into a triple. That is the tying run. No surprises here. It's country hardball time. 0-2.
Punto trying to shorten up that stroke. Still hard to catch up with that 96-mile-an-hour heater from Rodney.
Just did stay alive, and Rodney 96, 97, 98.
And here's the devil's triangle for a pitcher. He's throwing the ball. Punto's starting to catch up to it. It wants you to throw that changeup, but then it plays into Punto's game.
Infield in, outfield in. 0-2 your count.
Said today's team was a team full of ball players. No one's more a reflection than that than Nick Punto.
Twins have won the division 4 times since 2002. Line drive, base hit, caught out there. Runner tags. Here he comes. Throw to the plate. On target and in time. A double play ends the 10th. Rayburn evens the ledger.
Well, I talked to Curtis Granderson before the game. He said he likes Ryan Rayburn out there in the outfield, not only because of his speed, he said, but he has an unbelievable arm. I said, how good is it? Well, I talked to Rayburn before the game, too. He said he was a closer in high school and in college. Went to Florida with a 95-mile-an-hour fastball to be a closer, but he said he didn't have any movement on the ball, gave up that, became a regular player, but he has a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, which we just saw, to save that run. Chip?
All right, Craig, thank you very much. And Jim Leland again told us before the game the defense of Rayburn was critically important in this ballpark. It let him down at the start of the inning, but it keeps the game and the season alive for the Tigers as he throws a strike to take care of Casilla and the Twins in the 10th. Wow. 11th inning. in a 5-5 game. And Adam Everett, the Tiger hitter.
Well, sometimes when I look at this place, it looks like a big balloon, and some of the air has just been let out of it.
Again, I mean, these teams just punch and then counterpunch. Tigers led this thing by 3. Twins chip and claw and scratch their way back. Detroit took the lead in the 10th after a hit batsman and a Brandon Inge double to left. Minnesota ties it up after Rayburn messes up a fly ball in left field and the base hit by Matt Tolbert. And the double play at the plate moves it along. Fouled back by Adam Everett. Again played here in Minnesota. And a ball 2-strike count. A game like this, little things mean a lot. The batsman lead off walks. As Everett down on strikes in the 11th inning. How about Casilla at third base? Did he tag properly?
No, what you have to do, as soon as the ball's hitting the line, you have to go stand on third. Wait for the ball to be caught and go. He had the tag up late. They cost him a half a second. And in these supreme moments, mistakes are magnified.
And you can see clearly Scout Olger screaming, back, back, back.
Off the bat, it looked like a hit. Remember, though, the outfield was playing in, so it made that ball come to Rayburn with that fine arm. He made a great play.
Nice job by Jesse Crane. He departs with the bases clear in the top of the 11th. Important acquisitions for the Minnesota Twins is on to pitch, and that's left-hander Ron Mayhay. And a very busy year for Mayhay, who was just scooped up by Minnesota and placed in their pen, and he's been very, very tough.
Well, those are his numbers for the entire season. He was designated for assignment by the Kansas City Royals, picked up in late August by the Minnesota Twins, and he has been outstanding since joining them. 8 2/3 innings pitched. His ERA has been around 2.
He will face Curtis Granderson with nobody on and 1 out. Granderson's been on base 3 times. He's walked and scored. He's singled twice. And when Curtis Granderson is on the base paths, that's really when this Tiger offense can start to click. We mentioned earlier, he's had very good numbers this year. 30 homers, 20 steals, 23 doubles. He's knocked in 71 men out of the leadoff spot, but his on-base percentage has been very low. Not tonight. He's been on 3 times in 5 plate appearances. And if there has been a hole in this game, as we showed you earlier tonight, it's his work against left-handed pitching for the Tigers.
Well, it's been an unbelievable game, but there have been base mistakes. We showed the one by Casillas. Also, Granderson's in the 9th off. Nathan really cost the Tigers. So it hasn't been perfect. Boy, you don't get much more emotion.
Well, Ron Gardenhire said, in this building, in games like this, both teams play nervous. He might be very, very right. Told you earlier, Granderson loves hitting in this park. Career .300 average at the Metrodome. He's behind in the count now. And has a seat. Mayhay retires his first man. And he appears to be one and done. That indeed is the case. Mayhay's good work continues. He strikes out Curtis Granderson. It's a battle of the bullpens in game 163. Ron Gardenhire off the top step, and yeah, we've felt this place rumble all night long as game 163 still on to determine who will face the Yankees tomorrow night. Bobby Keppel, next man out of that Minnesota pen, and he will face Placido Polanco.
Had some time with the Kansas City Royals and Colorado Rockies. Started in the Mets organization. This is like a Jack Johnson prize fight. Who's not going to meet the bell for the 100th round?
Well, if the Twins can get through this 11th, they will have the top of the order coming up in their half of the frame. Nobody on, 2 outs for Polanco, who's got a hit tonight that came in the 5th. As you said, it has not been a perfect game by any stretch. I think both clubs would tell you they made a couple of really big mistakes that have cost them runs tonight. Yet here we are, still tied up.
And sometimes it's hard to be perfect under this kind of spotlight, Chip. This, to me, is the most important batter for Keppel. Cannot get to Ordonez or Cabrera.
Just missed the outside corner.
Well, we showed you pitch tracks all night long, and Randy Marsh has about a 95% success rate so far tonight.
Line drive to second. 3 up, 3 down for the Tigers. Top of the Twins orders coming up. Joe Bauer is due third.
when Granderson was caught off of first base. And then in the 10th inning, Casillas at third base on the sac fly, tags up late, and with the arm of Rayburn, does not score the winning run for the Twins.
And now Fernando Rodney on for the 11th inning. He's worked 2 innings 3 times this year in the regular season. Remember, he came on in the 9th, pitched the 10th, gave up the lead. With a lack of help from his defense, now faces Denard Span to start it off. And a call strike, says Randy Marsh. The Twins have won 16 of their last 20. Line drive center field. Granderson late break, dives and comes up with a beauty. He played shallowly and that saved him. 1 out.
Well, the key whenever you watch Granderson play center field, he always gets great jumps. And here you can see his eyes fixated on that baseball. Just catches it above his shoe tops for a big first out here in the 11th inning. And off the end of that bat, that looked like a sure hit. But unlike Rayburn in the 10th, Granderson was able to track that and get the first out.
He backs up now with Cabrera up and a home run for Orlando in this game tonight. It came in the 7th inning. And Cabrera now barking with Randy Marsh as he's down a strike. The Twins cannot afford Cabrera to get run from this game.
Tempers are going to run hot late in a game like this.
Fisted back our way, and 2.
Well, we thought this was going to be the biggest hit in the game. Little hanging slider. Cabrera with a huge hit. 2-run home run to left field. Twins thought they might have had it, but Magglio Ordonez had something to say about that.
And that came off Zach Miner and erased a chance for Rick Porcello to win his 15th game in his rookie season. He was brilliant. Scott Baker started for Minnesota, gave up 3 tonight, and pitched 6 very effective innings on just 6 hits. And Cabrera stays alive at 1-2.
Here's Scott Baker. He hung tough, didn't he?
Yes. Ron Gardenhire said during our chat again, if he just executes his pitches, he'll be fine. He was. He had 1 bad inning. That was the 3rd. Laird boxes that ball to even the count. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Again, Andy Van Slyke right on top of it with the outfielders, moving them seemingly every pitch.
Strike 3 outside corner, and Cabrera is going to grumble again, and he best be careful. Randy Marsh with the mask off, and Ron Gardenhire is going to keep him in this game and get him to the dugout.
Well, Randy Marsh also has to make sure that he shows some patience here. Tempers are going to run hot. Things like that are going to happen. And the pitch sequence for Orlando Cabrera. He thought that ball was down. It caught the plate on pitch tracks. Tried to fight off a few pitches. And I think this final pitch to me is outside. Bounced one and slayed off it. And Orlando Cabrera might have been right.
So Joe Mauer, the last hope for the Twins in the 11th. And he grounds the ball towards second. Blanco to his right. And we are heading to the 12th inning in Minneapolis. What a week for sports fans in this beautiful Midwestern city. TBS begins at 2 o'clock with MLB on deck. Ernie Johnson, Cal Ripken Jr., David Wells, and Dennis Eckersley in our Atlanta studios. Then Brian Anderson and Joe Simpson will be in Philadelphia for Game 1 of that National League Series. Ron and I are headed to Yankee Stadium for Game 1 in New York tomorrow at 6 Eastern. And the Cardinals and the Dodgers, Dick Stockton and Bob Brenly at 9:30 Eastern Time. Their first game starts way out west. Then Inside MLB presented by Captain Morgan at 1 a.m. Eastern Time on TBS, or whenever that game decides to end. That first pitch is laced down the left field line and foul off the bat of Cleet Thomas. Thomas, you recall, came on as a defensive substitution for Maglio Ordonez in the 10th inning tonight.
What are we, about 18 hours away from the game at Yankee Stadium, Chip?
Sleep is overrated.
Of course, sleep when the season's over.
Exactly right. Down low to Thomas. In case you wondered what the longest tiebreaker game in regular season history is, and again, this is a regular season game. I think back 2 years ago. Padres at Rockies, 13 innings. And a line drive into center field, charging hard. Is Gomez. He's got it. That ball was spanked by Thomas. Well, there have been some balls absolutely centered up in this game that have not fallen for hits. And that one a bullet for out number one. Here's Cabrera. You made the point, Ronnie, earlier in this game that Cabrera was able to get his arms out over the plate in his first two at-bats. Have the Twins pitched him much differently since then?
They really have. They've been pounding him with sinkers in and down. Has produced 3 ground balls to the left side. Again, another sinker down in the strike zone. Anything out over the plate spinning, he just has such a great eye. He has great power to right field. We've already seen him hit a 2-run home run to right center.
One ball, one strike from Bobby Kemple. He's the 8th Minnesota pitcher in this game. There's that pitch down and in for Cabrera. It missed badly, however, to even the count. There are 2 balls and 2 strikes. So now Kemple has a full count.
Kemple just overthrowing just a tiny bit, and those good hitters like Cabrera will make you overthrow a little bit. You see that ball when it gets elevated a bit. Cabrera has a much better swing.
Tigers have left 9 men on base in this ball game. They've hit a couple of home runs. They've cashed in a wild walk and hit batsmen to score 2 of their 5 runs. And Cabrera aboard with 1 out. Nice at bat from Miguel Cabrera. And he's aboard in front of Don Kelly, who came on as that pinch runner in the 10th inning of play after Aubrey Huff was hit. The baggy uniform pants cost the Twins a base and cost them a run. Now Kelly is first at bat in this game. That's a little low, and Joe Mauer might have been crossed up. Wants to talk it over with Keppel. 1 ball, no strikes. You've been a part of some marathon games in your career. The most infamous, perhaps, that 4th of July game with the Mets down at Fulton County Stadium in Atlanta. That's the infamous fireworks game. And you were the last pitcher in that game, right?
I was. I made the last pitch at 4 o'clock in the morning.
So you're experienced at games like this.
Well, I think the hard part now is for the managers of both teams to start to decide which starters they're going to start to take away from getting a start if they go on to postseason, and which ones can come in and throw a few innings.
That's ground ball toward first. Yeah, the Twins have Carl Pavano, Nick Blackburn, and Dunsing available.
Well, Blackburn threw a side today, so I think he's unavailable. Pavano, being the veteran, the years he have, I would think he'd be unavailable. Dunsing would be the guy who would probably have to go, and Dunsing was the guy that they were going to pick if they went to the postseason to pitch Game 1 against the Yankees.
So that's still very much in the air, depending on whether they get there or not. That's the first task ahead for Minnesota. And on, 1 out. 1-1 count to Don Kelly. We're in the 12th.
Well, holding Cabrera awfully close. He has no lead at first base. Mauer with a good strong arm. I can't see Cabrera being able to steal. Maybe a hit and run, but no steal.
Slashed into left field. That's going to drop for a hit. Can they cut it off? Yes. Young does. And the throw into third base. Not in time. They throw to the wrong base. And Don Kelly takes advantage. He's in at second. And look at Ron Gardenhire. The double play now not in order. Second and third with 1 out.
Well, if you're a manager, that will make you take your hat off and scratch your head. That ball, when it's cut off in the gap, you will have no chance at throwing the runner out at third base. That pitch on the corner, good pitch from Keppel. This throw has to go into second base, keep the double play in order. Young makes a small mistake here, or a big mistake, allowing runners to go to second and third, and Gardenhire perplexed, to say the least.
So Delvin Young throws to the wrong base, trying to get Cabrera. Kelly takes advantage. Second and third, 1 out. Ryan Rayburn, the batter, a chat with Gene Lamont as he takes his space in that right-hand batter's box. Rayburn, the biggest play in this game, throwing out the winning run at the plate. And now they will walk him intentionally to set up a double play with Brandon Inge.
Well, this is a hard play to figure out for a manager. Who do you go after? A guy that's already proven to you that he can hit in the clutch, or Rayburn already has 2 hits and a walk in today's game. Not an easy choice. The problem with walking Rayburn is that you don't allow Keppel any room for maneuver.
And what the Twins have to be banking on here is that with that bad knee, if Inge hits the ball on the ground, he's almost a certain double play here. But the risk versus reward is if he hits the ball down the line, 3 runs might score, and that might be it.
Well, I think you got to play your middle infielders, probably double play depth, maybe a couple of steps in from double play depth. That way, if something isn't hit hard, Cabrera's not a fast runner. You can go for the force at home. But Gardenhire wants to make sure that he talks to all of his players and his infielders to figure this out.
And this is exactly what the Tigers want to see, is Brandon Inge up with the bases loaded. This man has been absolutely devastating for Jim Leyland's ball club in these situations. This year with the bases loaded, Brandon Inge has 9 hits in 17 at-bats. And 24 of his RBIs have come in these situations.
And this is the biggest hit for Brandon in the game, to double down the line. That scored Don Kelly. That puts the Tigers ahead.
So after the meeting, Keppel and Inge. And nearly hit him, did it? Oh, he's going to say it grazed his jersey, and Randy Marsh says no. Jim Leyland's going to have a chat.
Well, the reason he's trying to ask if he'll get someone to overrule it. Of course, Randy Marsh says no, it's my call. The only reason you'd ever think that maybe Inge was hit in this instance. It's too hard to react so quickly. See the billowed shirt, and it was hit by that ball. The reaction by Inge is so quick that it's hard to fake that.
So the ball grazed the shirt, but he doesn't get the base. 1 ball, no strikes.
Ball running in on Inge. See the billow of the shirt. If it did, just brushed it.
Well, it was good enough for Aubrey Huff, and that gave the Tigers a run. That was in the 10th. But here in the 12th, an even count. Fisted down the right field line, but out of play. 2. Two master tacticians working overtime tonight. Jim Leland, Ron Gardenhire. Good stop by Mauer. Wow.
Soft hands, quiet back there. Catches it in the glove. Outstanding stop by Mauer. After that pitch, where probably Mauer knows his pitcher's overthrowing a little bit, gives him a little rest. Says, come on, here, you want to make this pitch here. Do not want to go 3-2 with the bases loaded.
Inge has a couple of grand slams this year. But he was swinging for the fences with that delivery. 2 balls, 2 strikes. He's playing hurt. A bad knee that requires constant attention. And big time power. At times sapped with that injury. Ground ball, second base. They got to come home, and they get the force. What a play by Nick Punto. Inge was flying down the first baseline. No chance for 2, and a heads-up play forces Miguel Cabrera.
Anything hits soft where you can't turn 2, you got to take a shot at the plate. Punto with the great play on the run, perfect throw, easily gets Cabrera at home. What a fine play, because not only do you have to make the play physically, you got to be heads up with your mind, know what to do with the ball when you get it, and Punto did. Look at Gardy.
As soon as that play concluded, Ron Gardenhire said, watch out for the bunt. Even with 2 outs, Laird handles the bat exceptionally well. Tolbert even with the bag at third. And ball 1 outside. If the Twins get out of this,
you would think destiny's on their side if they get out of this one.
The Metrodome will erupt. 1 ball, no strikes. That one gets by Mauer, but not far enough for Kelly to try to advance from third. Now a very dangerous sequence, 2-0.
1, good job by Laird taking that pitch. 2, lucky maybe a little to keep that ball from going too far back to the backstop. But right here at 2-0, Laird's going to get a fastball down the middle, or should, from Bobby Keppel.
Laird, who saved countless games with his glove, trying to win one perhaps with his bat. 3 balls, 1 strike. There's no defense for a walk. Laird is 0 for 3 with runners in scoring position today. He does not have a hit with men on base. And he should see a very good pitch. He popped it up out of play. Full count. So now the merry-go-round will start for the Tigers. Everybody will be running. Kelly from third. Rayburn from second. Inge from first. Both clubs, as Ronnie mentioned, punching and counter-punching. And here we go to the bottom of the 12th inning. We know the Yankees will be lying in wait in the Bronx tomorrow, but they've got to stay up late and formulate their game plan, waiting for this one to be decided.
Well, the one game plan they'll have is that these two teams they know will bring a lot of fight to the Bronx.
Carlos Gomez, the batter. He hits for the 2nd time in this game. He was the last out of the Twins' 9th. And how about Fernando Rodney in this game? This will be his 3rd full inning in relief. Nobody has moved a muscle in that Detroit bullpen after he came on in inning number 9 tonight. Base hit. That ball just hooked right past Brandon Inge, and a big turn by Gomez around first. They're going to start waving those hankies again.
A little change up here from Rodney. Gomez able to pull that through the hole. Inge had to be drawn in because of the speed of Gomez. Able to hit that by him.
Here's Kadire.
Gomez has a huge lead at first base. one whole foot, half a length onto that carpet. Rodney getting later in this game, going to the third inning, countering with more changeups than he did earlier in the game with that 98-mile-an-hour heat.
Last time Rodney has pitched 3 innings, August 5th of 2008. So he's been here before, but you talk about high-stress innings. Here they are. Gomez has Rodney's attention. Twins do run. They've stolen 85 bags this year, but as we've told you, Laird shuts down the running game. That's a broken bat, bouncer to third. Fair ball. Throw to first. That's as good as a sacrifice. So the winning run at second with 1 out now, and you know Delman Young's thinking about picking up his club.
Well, nice play by Inch here. Almost hits the bag. Keeps it fair with the juggle. Still has time. Throw Kadire out at first base.
So Young, the co-American League Player of the Week, 1 for 5 in this game. Will be passed. They'll set up another play.
Garcia is on deck. Lots of speed. Be tough to turn two.
It'll be the third walk for Rodney in the game, the second intentional pass he's issued. And now for Minnesota, the game's on the base paths for them. Minnesota tonight, 3, 6, 9 men left on base as well. They got out of a bases loaded top of the 12th inning jam. And they pitch around Delman Young, but Casilla has had good luck against Rodney. 3 hits and 5 career at bats. And you see what Jim Leyland's thinking, even with 1 out.
Jim Leyland saying protect against the bunt, but a bunt here would be a bad play. Got 2 shots at driving in Gomez. Any base hit will score him. Maybe not the Rayburn after we've seen the arm he has in left field.
Look at the gap in right center. Granderson shaded toward left. And Rodney pitches inside and gets the strike. You're right, he has gone to a lot of off-speed stuff as he pitches in his 4th inning in this game.
Well, good change. It's supposed to be away, but darts on the inside corner to Rodney.
Big lead Gomez at second. And you see Adam Everett shading behind him. Patting the glove, doing everything he can to try to shorten that lead, even by a step. We've already seen tonight how important a half step can be.
Don't forget also Clete Thomas in right field who came in defensively. He's got an outstanding arm also.
He's very deep in right. And the pitch bounce right side, base hit. Here comes Gomez around third. There'll be no play. The Twins have won the Central.
Will not go down so easily.
She will live to see a first-round matchup with the New York Yankees. Ron Gardenhire's Twins now with 5 division titles since 2002. They win it in the 12th inning on a base hit to right field.
This has been a game of avenging past faults. Casilla in the 10th did not tag up properly, cost the Twins the win there. Makes up for it with his base hit to right field. Gomez with all that speed. And the Twins won this game with the help of 54,088.
And I got to tell you, you have to tip your cap to Jim Leyland and the Detroit Tigers. They could not hold a 7-game lead in the division at the start of play September 7th. This Minnesota ball club wins 17 of their last 21 to celebrate tonight. But in what may have been the most impressive managerial job for Jim Leyland is only disappointment for Dave Dombrowski and the Tigers. An unbelievable finish in 12 innings. The Minnesota Twins beat the Tigers 6-5. Let's join Craig Saker amongst the bedlam down on the field.
Well, Chip, with the Orlando Cabrera involved with so many big plays in the game. The home run in the 7th, the defensive plays, getting hugged here by Ron Gardenhire. You even get almost tossed when you argue a called strike. Can you put into words the emotions of this roller coaster game?
This is absolutely the most unbelievable game I ever played and seen. So I'm really proud of my teammates. We came from back in September, and when Morneau went down, we all got together and we said we got to pull this out, and here we are. We're going to the postseason.
You fell behind 3-0. The game kept going back and forth, yet you guys didn't give up. How much of a factor was this crowd cheering you on?
Well, we know, 55,000 people is going to help us win. They always support us the whole year, and, we did it for them.
You said this is the greatest game you've ever played in. You've been in a lot of games, a lot of postseason games. Tell me your thoughts on going to face the Yankees in a few hours.
Well, I told Ron Gardenhire when he said, well, we got another tiebreaker. I said, well, you got the lucky kid with you this time. I know we're going to win, and we did it.
Orlando Cabrera, the good luck charm. The greatest game he says he's ever been involved with. Back to you, Chip.
And so indeed an historic night at the Metrodome. Another playoff round as Orlando Cabrera and the Twins become the first team down 3 games in the standings with 4 to play. They take a victory lap as Joe Mauer leads the charge down the right field line. 54,088 Twins fans going crazy as they will see their beloved Twins play Game 3 in this ballpark against the New York Yankees. The party continues down on the Metrodome turf. Again, Craig Sager.
Well, sorry, Chip, I had to interrupt Joe Mauer doing a victory lap around the stadium. They started chanting MVP at the beginning of the game. They're cheering right now. How to explain this game?
Unbelievable. One of the best games we played in. One of the best games I'll ever play in. Detroit, that's a hell of a game. They don't need to, get their head down for anything. It's a well-baseball game. Well-played baseball game. I'm happy to be a part of it.
So many great plays, particularly at the plate. 12 innings, you're back there catching. Did you get nervous at each point in that game?
more just tired than anything. I think if I slipped over at first, I didn't feel too good, but feels good right now.
All right, continue your victory celebration. You got 55,000 waiting for you. Back to you, Chip.
And so now the challenge, Ron Darling, for this Minnesota ball club. Continue this unbelievable run, 17 of 21. There is something to be said about momentum, but the Metrodome Magic won't rise up again until Game 3. Off they go to New York, where the Yankees, under Ron Gardenhire in regular season play, have been dominant. And Joe Girardi has told us that the 3 comeback wins they had against the Twins in their head-to-head matchup at New Yankee Stadium was one of many turning points in what's been a fantastic New York Yankees season. Those were 3 walk-off wins for New York.
Well, jubilation and a huge win in Game 163. What is your reward? The Bronx Bombers.
Yeah.
And they are 3-23 against them in the regular season under Ron Gardenhire. A positive note, 2-2 in the postseason, but they are going to play a heck of a team in the Bronx.
So the celebration will begin in the Minnesota clubhouse, and as jubilant as the Twins are, they know that 0-7 against the Yankees is not something that they're real excited about. And it'll be CC Sabathia getting the ball for New York in Game 1 of that series tomorrow night, 6:07 or thereabouts, first pitch Eastern time here on TBS.
And we believe it'll be Brian Dunsing who will start for the Minnesota Twins and go 7 at least, Brian.
Yeah, that's what Ron Gardenhire said. At times he was praying for someone, practically begging, he said, for someone to take the ball 7 innings for this Minnesota club. And a very classy move, I think, by Joe Mauer to congratulate Jim Leland and his Detroit Tigers. You can't sugarcoat the fact that they let the biggest lead in division history slip by the boards to this Minnesota ball club. But that does nothing to diminish what that ball club accomplished in what has been an unbelievably inspirational year for the city of Detroit, the fans of this Tiger ball club. Leland, as we told you, said this would not be a good year to not run out a ground ball. They ran out everything in this game tonight and fell just 1 run short.
Well, they showed some incredible fight. They got up 3-0, but I think Jim Leland's words were very prescient. He said he had to add on runs early. They were not able to. Then became the sparring match in extra innings. And the 10th man of the Twins, the Metrodome crowd, got this win.
What a great night. 12-inning final. The Minnesota Twins, again, champions of the American League Central. They beat the Tigers 6-5, and after a break, Ernie Johnson in our Atlanta studios.